enter. I can't believe it.
Oh, I think I didn't put in. I removed all the naked characters, so the stream should be fine now.
Okay.
Very briefly, while the stream's running, all of the not safe for work pervy elements that are part of the game that we run all the time aren't going to be visible.
Oh,
God
okay.
damn it!
What are we even
That's
here
crazy.
for then?
Did you
fucked
not finish,
this,
Kieran?
dude.
I thought we were here for normal D&D. What? I've been tricked.
I wasn't able to finish Kieran. That was supposed to be Nick's job.
Oh my fucking god.
I would have had time, but Damien took forever.
I feel like I missed like a critical piece of lore here.
What about
I
possibly
got-
gone missing?
Well, I mean,
Shut
like,
up, Kieran.
Ravenna, you weren't even awake for the longest time, so I couldn't even tell if you finished or not. I no freaking clue.
There's no way to know.
That probably sounded really criminal over stream.
Yeah, kinda.
Maybe.
I was kind of just gonna sip my soda and not say anything about it, but yeah.
It's alright. It's my channel that gets banned this time instead of Aaron's.
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
That's why all the NSFW shit's gone away.
Oh, and what's it? I think has everybody experienced it? I think maybe just Damien hasn't experienced it. And so,
Oh, what's this now?
just so you're aware, so that your character isn't instantly killed by the sight of it, you need to be like, and you're inoculated against the Mountain Dwarf buddy harness.
The what now?
What?
The Mountain Dwarf buddy harness.
What?
Yeah.
I've been jump scared. What is this?
Oh my God, what the hell?
This is bodyguard ship at its finest.
I'm more concerned about what the hell is on their plate, honestly.
It's just like hush puppies or something.
Oh my God.
What the fuck is a hush puppy?
Fried food.
What is this
I
AI abomination?
Don't know what a hush puppy is.
So happy. Like,
If you just look up hush puppy, you'll find out.
Okay, I'll look up hush
So-
puppy.
there's things that make this even funnier beyond just the image, which is that nothing in the prompt suggests anything like this. There's not food mentioned in any way. Like, this is completely different from all other generations of the exact same prompt. I have no idea why this happened.
I think I called this, like, this is our get along full plate.
You're
Okay.
struggling to get along.
Those don't look like hush puppies. Oh my god.
I said or something. Like, I don't know. It's some little fried whatevers.
Hush puppies are like little balls.
Yeah,
They're a little ball.
I mean, they could be shaped
be long.
slightly different, yeah.
yeah, they
It's
could
a
be
shaped
deformed
puppy.
because
Someone
they
squished
look
the
like
hush
they're
puppies.
still. They look like they're still soaked in grease.
The puppy
Yeah,
was
looks like they're like moist. I'm sorry. Oh, I'll stop.
They're just fresh. They're fresh hush puppies.
Why are they moist, Aaron? They're supposed to be deep fried or whatever.
They're just still like glistening oil on them. It's like a deep fried in oil, right? They just
Well,
they didn't
they
dab
don't
them off.
look like. Okay.
Okay, so
I'm
here's
not
what it
gonna.
is. Some dwarves deep fried, and once again, maybe they're not hush puppies. They're fried something or other. Mozzarella sticks. I don't freaking know. But like, remember
I
this
would
is medieval. They don't
Never
have
eat
like
those as
factory.
mozzarella sticks.
They don't have factory made food. It's all going to be handmade and different, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but if you call that a mozzarella stick, I'm like literally never eating a mozzarella stick ever again.
Wow.
It's perfectly logical what's happening. There's nothing unusual about that image.
Shut the fuck up. You don't get to speak. Like I don't care that you have to DM this entire game. You don't get to speak anymore.
What the heck?
So anyway.
Sign language.
The heck?
All right,
At the
guys.
guild hall. I don't really remember what happened last time. You're arriving at the guild hall now.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And-
we were going to report because we had to talk with the guild man.
Yeah, you talked to Meliel a little bit, right? Where is her ass? Oh, it's up there.
She
with
wanted to
Roderick.
follow us because we didn't want to have to explain things twice or something like that.
Yeah, Meliel would be leading you in at the moment then. So Meliel's down here. I had her up in Roderick's office, doing nothing pervy because Nick turned Roderick gay.
Wow.
Exactly.
You see, there's a couple guards that have been like standing there, kind of just astonished at this wheelbarrow full of drow. People don't see drow very often. And they're just getting out of the way. They're just guards. They don't matter. Definitely the first to die when something goes wrong. And you do see like just very clearly like a homeless like beggar Knoll just up against the wall over there, just chilling out with his bottles of booze and looking very drunk.
Oh.
Didn't look very important though. He's just over there.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah.
Meliel,
Yeah.
are we allowed to take guests into the guild hall?
Oh my god.
She looks at Bo and she's like, "You can't have him go inside."
Not who I had in mind. Carter kind of like inclines his head towards the knoll, and he's like, "I'll pay for it."
Belial looks at you and says, "It's like I don't know if there's going to be any room to put him. It's really crowded in there." And Meliel also says, just like he just hangs out here. He takes care of some jobs, whatever. Says I don't know, he's fine. She sort of just like has a look on her face, like, yeah, guy's really gross, and I don't want him to be near me. You can try to convince her if you want. Anything like.
He kind of shakes his head. It's fine. Is this like over here? Would this be a place to like tie up Bo?
Oh yeah, you could totally do whatever kinky shit you want to do to Bo over there.
That's not what I meant.
Literally gonna throw myself out a fucking window.
Inside the
mean-
walls, so he's safe.
You mean we're not taking the cart full of unconscious people in with us? What the hell?
I mean, I can't move the cart or the people.
I'll move it. Don't worry. His freaking token isn't actually him. It's just generic, and I need to at least have his name be attached.
Oh, yeah.
Update. Save. Okay, he's got a bow now. He's probably not going to be getting in any more fights. I hope. I mean, well, if a fight happens and he's tied up over here, he's not going to be meaningful to the combat.
Yeah, we have to fight those guards.
I can't believe we'd do this to our best fighter.
If he's tied up and he gets gutted by the enemies and can't defend himself, though, will be your fault. That won't happen. I'm kidding.
I mean,
Why would there be enemies here? We're in a safe
kick
part
dust
of
in the
town,
fucking
surely.
face. It was hilarious.
Well,
You literally brought a wheelbarrow full of enemies. What do you mean? Why would there be enemies here?
No, it's
There are enemies right here.
they cannot put up a real fight.
I mean, yeah, sure, but
it's gonna be real bad.
oh
Even if
no.
all of them woke up at the same time, they'd wake up with like 1 HP, so like some random adventurer would just throw a fireball or something and kill them all or something like that.
So Meliel's kind of scratching her head, and she's like, "This is a bunch of at once." I think last time did she already say she sent? I think I said that she sent somebody to go like find like the guards of the garrison or whatever to like deal with having enough prison space, because you can see that whatever, like that's the prison space they have. I don't know if did that drag everybody. I forget the controls.
No,
We
but I
did
see
not
the
get
prison.
dragged, but I can extrapolate, I think.
What's the drag? I know there's a way to drag.
It's a
Is it like
ping.
shift, click, ping or something?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
shift click. There we go. Okay.
There you go.
So
I
yeah,
thought so.
that's like the prison space that's like converted from just being a basement into being like prison space by the guild hall. So not a whole lot.
I mean, it could,
Could
hold
jam 'em all
all
in
of
there, though.
them. Yeah, we could hold all of them.
Is it fairly clear what's going on here at the very least from like the arrows pointing, like the red arrow goes the red arrow? Because
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
makes sense.
Are those not the same? Those should be the same color.
Ooh.
They
Didn't
somehow
do
fuck
color
that up.
theory.
There's two arrows that are different colors should be the same because they're supposed to match, obviously. It's supposed to be orange, right?
Color theorists are going to
Yeah, there
put
we
you
go.
in prison for that.
Like the orange arrow goes up and leads up to like, the orange arrow upstairs. Like when you're standing on the orange arrow, I think you're literally standing in the same spot in both places. Is how that works. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Maybe the
Oh, I
green.
didn't even scroll down here.
Yeah,
Understandable.
with all of the arrows, if you're standing on any of the arrows, you're in both spaces at once.
I was wondering what you were talking about, like filling stuff in. It's like you didn't even put anyone new down here because I was only looking at up here. Like you didn't even put anyone new.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Don't try to get too much information out of the adventure group in the top floor and the bottom left because I only just put them there and their stats aren't even attached to tokens.
Yeah, okay.
What would you say your base attack bonus is?
The bottom left. What would you say your class makeup is?
Yeah, there's
Traits-
that.
What traits define you as a person?
It's unfortunate because it's one of the weirdest and most interesting groups. That it's Gabby, Josephine, Colda, and Gadrit up there. That human woman and her weird daughter, and a mountain dwarf woman, and then also a female lizard folk. It's Team Girl, but like they're not like all hot or anything, which you'd expect. One of them is a lizard. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, she's
What
the
to
only hot
someone,
one.
I'm
That's
sure.
crazy.
From far away, like if you're zoomed out, the lizard token looks like it could just be someone in a weird like hood.
Yeah, like a blue hood with like
I thought it
white
was a
sleeves.
nun at first.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
just like a weird off-color.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I just have a thing that the swamp lizard folk in particular need to take over the role that the Gripply had in Athos because they did not survive as a species from there. That they have to have their mouths open at all the time, just like constantly hanging open, wandering around. It's just like, could you please shut that? They're just like, no, I'm not doing that.
Crazy shit.
So yeah, we'll say that some guards have run off to go get more people, but it's going to be kind of up to you. I mean, like they're your prisoners. Meliel is suggesting that we should not keep everyone here, but I mean, she's Meliel. Like, she doesn't have the
we
best
don't
strategic
really
concepts.
we don't really need to bring the prisoners in. Like it doesn't.
Well, she
matter.
basically, it's your choice. Do you want to have these prisoners hauled off to the garrison for just like the soldiers of Cyprian Kingdom? Like they're not going to randomly like side with and free Drow. You'd have no reason to think that's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, we should. If any of them should be interred here, it's the one like noble one, for sure.
So
And
do you want to
then,
keep her here and then the other ones?
like the only people who are gonna know things aren't gonna be the men, so probably not them.
It sounds sinister, but we should probably imprison the women here and then send them men off to the garrison.
There's no good way to say it, but that's just who they give their information.
I mean,
to.
that's not very sinister. The
I mean,
adventurers have a higher sort of like standard of quality for behavior than soldiers do. Like if there's a place where any women are going to get assaulted while they're a prisoner, it's not this place, it's the garrison. Not that was going to happen anyway, but
I mean, it's just also the case that it's the overlap that the women are also the ones that are going to be able to give real information, so we should be talking to them, so they should be... I mean, I keep wanting to say interred, but they're not dead.
Wouldn't Roderick want to have a conversation with them?
Let's see. Well, that stuffer in the corner is going to move her out of the way because she's dead. And so Krista, I believe. Okay, yeah, I got that.
I believe, yeah, Krista we figured out... Well, no, we don't even... I don't think we knew her name, but we knew she...
Oh, you don't know her name, I
noble.
just had to put it on there. You were able to tell
We
she's
know
a
that she's a noble because of, I mean, just various shit, but yeah.
There's a little tub down there and everything, so you can wash the prisoners if you want to. That'd be normal. That's not a weird thing to do. It's normal to have your prisoners be clean.
I'm sure they can wake up and wash themselves.
I'm sure they can't wake up. One of them is like a single hit point away from death. Deeply in the negative.
I mean, they'll wake up eventually one day.
That's the only hit point one needs.
Let's see. The cart, I guess, is just out here. They're not going to bring a dead body inside to stink the place up. They don't have to. So that's that's just out there. We've got some guards making sure that nobody runs off with
The
it.
Null goes hungry. Yada yada. Feed the Null. Yeah.
Gnolls in this are they definitely will eat a lot, but they're not very likely to be a cannibal. It's the lizard folk you got to watch out for. They will just eat you, and not to like they won't kill you to eat you. They'll be like, well, you're already dead, and you look
Might as well.
delicious.
I wouldn't pass up a snack if it walked in front of me and died.
That sounds very reasonable.
All right, those drow boys can just go on to the GM layer because they can be assumed to be with the garrison. And then let's see. So they're moved down there, and then Meliel is going to basically saying that like she's going to rush up and try to like make sure that Roderick's not busy, something or other.
Sounds good.
Okay. I guess we'll get up there eventually. Yeah. We'll be there probably, unless we get waylaid.
I guess it started to
Probably
be assumed that like while you're walking in, you're I don't need to like have you actually carrying it, but you have you're like carrying like Karista and another drow because you'll be bringing them downstairs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. I wouldn't be doing that because I'm weak as shit, but yeah.
I mean, they're drow; they don't weigh very much.
I barely hold myself up, I believe.
Without armor on, they're probably like 100 pounds at the most. They're drow. You can just drag them by the ankles, specifically.
I guess I can lift off ground though.
So, as soon as you go inside, like everybody, it's pretty rowdy in here. People are all like talking and stuff, whatever. A lot of people seem like they're kind of drunk. It's like all adventurers in here. It's just jam full. It's not normal for a guild hall to be this crammed full of people. It's usually like one table has some people. I don't have way more space than they need because people are out adventuring. But there's a whole problem happening where there's not really any low-level adventures to do in the area, and so everyone's just kind of sitting around.
Blame the ding-dang gray weathers. It's their fault. All their fault.
There's many reasons why there's not currently a quest to do here. One of them is Roderick. You guys actually would know that.
Is it because
Roderick's
we took 3 quests?
Well, these people didn't want to do any of them because they're like over off in Kurdardna and off in like out in the middle of nowhere. And these are all people who were used to just like having really easy to do shit where they walk like down 2 blocks and go beat up some bandits that are in the city, right? Like, I don't want to go on like a week-long adventure into the woods. Screw that.
You don't even have to. We took a 1 day, like half a day trip through the woods and then ran into a crazy plot and ran into so many drow.
So,
like, look at all of these drow that we ran into, man. Jesus.
Basically, a lot of these adventurers they're not really anything. They haven't really done any real adventuring. They're just mercenaries, like that have rank insignias. But as soon as y'all go in and like one of you's carrying, I guess somebody we got to explain specifically. We got a note for the record. How are you carrying Karista through here, or the drow, the 2 drow? You'd have them both.
Fireman carry with her skirt up, ass out.
Jesus
Christ.
Oh my god.
I don't think she was wearing a skirt, but so you put her in a skirt.
That's right. She had
okay. Alright, let's just not do that.
I mean, the other one, the less
was
important
going
one.
to carry one of them in there like that, then it's just along the lines of Ulrich will be like, I can carry her. You should not do that.
You would have to be pretty careful while carrying the rogue around to not have her ass sticking out because it's a very short skirt. But we're not going to go into details about that.
Yeah, I'm carrying that one.
So we're going to
also carrying one fireman.
We're going to assume that Dust is carrying the one that is wearing like it is fully clothed in whatever way he wants because it can't be that bad, and somebody else is carrying the drow to make sure that it's not being weird. But a lot of people stop and stare at you when they see you. That some with just sort of like interested expressions like, oh, drow, weird, huh? And what you see, one of the first things you see is I don't actually. This would probably take a perception check. So everybody immediately do a perception check. 2 things to notice.
Okay. Okay, my character sheet. Can it please pull up? Okay.
Didn't go over to Ulrich.
Yeah, I could see things.
I will let you know when my character sheet loads.
What the hell?
Yeah, I added them last week.
Oh shit.
Making us look bad.
Hold on. There might be a problem.
Oh no, not a problem.
I need to
See.
refresh roll 20.
Carta that's a pretty good perception roll, and they got the scent bonus. So at least, I mean, Dust is right next to you, so you can smell that he's definitely not ovulating right now.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I refreshed roll 20 and there's not a
Hope
problem
not.
anymore.
I got the big 20. I win.
Oh, wrong
I
character.
win the game.
There we are.
That means I win D&T, guys.
Okay, for non-scent based checks, Ulrich did slightly better. That's
yeah.
pretty good check. So Dust doesn't know anything that's happening at all. Dust, well, I guess Dust is just busy carrying the drow. Makes sense. So
He's staring at the ass he's carrying.
One thing that everybody knows at first is that this guy up here, he kind of looks like a little bit surprised and just gives like a little wave and like kind of mouth just like hi Bluebell.
Oh,
She gives like an
Yeah.
excited little like really frantic wave back, and she's like, "Hi, I'll talk to you soon."
And then a thing that you only just barely notice, as soon as you walk in the door with Karista, of course, everybody had their attention on everybody had their attention on that drow, whatever. This Harabixi in the corner who is standing on the table, they're small. She sort of like is just like staring like really wide eyed with kind of like a drawn out look of like she's very very worried when she sees you guys enter. And then she immediately starts to just like even the people at her table appear to be her group, are just like kind of like looking at just like, huh, what's wrong the matter with you? And she immediately just like gets up and starts like literally like slipping out this window.
Is it? I guess. Is there any like? Would a sense motive determine if that's like a reaction of fear or if it's like she knows something?
Sense motive could probably figure out some stuff that's going on with her.
Yeah, sure. I'll
Um,
sense a motive.
I'll give it a shot.
I roll bad.
I can
That's a really good perception check too.
I rolled slightly better. I win. I win.
Yeah,
I made up the differential you got with the perception check.
exactly. Yeah, but like, it was more impressive that I got the. No.
All right,
I have a really shit perception. Explicitly. Nah.
I'm gonna say a thing at Ravenna. That's your name. I know my wife's name.
Yes. That's my name.
Wow.
Okay, I gotta get to Gilded again. Ah, shit. Ugh. EP, Jesus Christ.
I will say for Ulrich and Karda, you're not really able to pick up a whole lot from a Harabixi because they're very weird and very hard to read from those rolls. All you can really tell is that she's clearly very alarmed to some degree. You can't really tell why.
Can I tell what she was looking at? Like, if it was one of us in particular?
I think her reaction specifically happened around the time that whichever one of us was carrying the noble drow.
She's
when I
definitely
took it.
looking at the noble drow for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's something to do with her, but that's why I was asking more so about fear or just knowing, because if
Oh, I
she
guess.
knows, then theoretically in a plot.
Oh, is that guy's name not visible? It's supposed to be. Fuck. Can you not see the other adventurers' names?
I can see
I can see
some
some
of
of them.
Some, not all.
them. Like
No.
these guys, I can see their names. I can see this guy and this girl's name. I can see every one of these people's names. And then
weird.
Jirok over here, and I don't think anyone else on this floor, except for Drow, Guard, and Guard.
wonder why it's... Oh, it must be from old tokens I copied from. Okay, that would explain it. If I do a Control L, can I see? Isn't it Control L? Does that not still do the thing? Oh, it's loading something.
Control L's for lighting, at least.
It usually just gives you... It lets you just see whatever players could see. And so if if you couldn't see somebody's name, it wouldn't show me their name either. I can also like re-log in as a player and not be able to see stuff, but...
I sent a screenshot in Gilded that just has,
okay, that's super useful.
Yes.
I can zoom through it, set them up really quick. Oh, I don't actually remember how Gilded works. I'll reinstall Discord really quick. Not happening.
We've been doing this for nothing. No.
Sorry, I can't stop yawning.
There's no reason not to show these guys' names. They're adventurers wearing like ranks. Like,
Would we know or be familiar with or know of this?
they're
Pixie
almost
Palooza?
all of these people you would have already seen to some degree, which is the reason they have all their names on here, because they were in Siladus at the same time you were doing Siladus things. Like all of them were, and you have seen a Harabixi around that's an adventurer that's probably that one, but you don't know her. You in particular, anyway.
Yeah,
but let's see.
Which means I haven't slept with her yet.
So there's now a name here, but no token?
Oh shit, you're right.
Wait, what happened?
Jaha's name is there, but no
Oh.
token?
Oh!
That's interesting.
Oh!
What the fuck?
Why
You've
did he do
given them a
that?
name, and then they've been subsumed by the earth.
How's that even possible?
I don't know.
Oh.
He still has his token. It's just being unacceptable.
That's wacky.
He's named after the first dwarf you get in Shining Forest 2. He can't not have his whatever. Doesn't look anything like him, but he's named after him.
And now the name's gone.
There it
Back
is.
now, and his token's here now.
Name and token. There you
Nice.
go. You did it.
Yeah,
You
that
could do
state
it.
he was in shouldn't have even been possible.
Anyway.
Okay.
Legally
Not
not
that
there.
guy's
Do we
got
blame
name.
Jumpgate for that?
I mean, we could. I don't know if that's what happened.
You said you were gonna send me something?
Yeah, and then I started naming all of the characters.
Oh right, sorry. I'm like 5 minutes behind. My bad.
I'm so incompetent.
Instead of
Whoa.
Pacific time zone, it's like Ravenna time zone or whatever.
Hmm.
Alright, I sent you something.
Wow.
Okay.
So you can have whatever response you would think makes sense to that as role-playing in the game. That's how the game works.
What?
So she kinda Bluebell kinda looks over to where Ulrich and Carta are looking and kinda tracks their line of sight to where Delvathora was.
Just climbing out of a window. Ain't that weird?
And so I think because of the really good perception checks for the two people that got the 20s, whatever like that. Actually, well, I mean, it would not be relevant in that case. Yeah, just the Carta and Ulrich both just do an intelligence check, and then Bluebell, what are you doing?
I was gonna say that or I was gonna have Bluebell say oh that's Delvathora. I don't know why she looks so sad though.
Her reaction seemed to get worse as soon as we brought the noble in with us.
And
Yeah,
like
she's
obviously
nice, though.
she'd be zipping out the really, really quickly, like realistically, but I'm giving you a moment to talk about it before she goes anywhere. And I'm not saying you need to like go attack her or anything, just making sure things are slow, because Carta got a really high intelligence check, so I can say to Carta, this will be entertaining. This is there keeps
got the
being
funny
20s that give Carta information that is not likely for the players to have right away. That just happens every session.
I'm an archaeologist, okay? I notice things.
Has to be able to tell the difference from a rock and a really old rock.
So it takes Carta a moment to process what he saw, but he says,
So at this point, you wouldn't even have time to talk about it. If you wanted to do anything about it, I'm not saying you have to or even should. Just saying if you want to do anything about it, you have to just do it like immediately. She's going out the window right now. If you want to like talk to her or anything like that, you can. But otherwise, yeah, you'd have to just act on information immediately, and then you can talk to everybody else after that point.
Carta kind of unceremoniously drops the drow that he's holding.
You can stand it to dust.
And he kind of like jogs back out the door, and he's like, wait, don't run.
She's flying already, like maybe like 10 feet off the ground, like that far. And she like stops and she's like looking at you, like sweating.
He's like, are you connected to these drow somehow?
She kind of like glances at you, then like can't really see what's going on inside anymore, but like glances back at the window or the door, or whatever. Looks at you, and she's like, no.
Carta like, puts his hands up. He's like, trying to display he's not here to hurt anybody, but he says, we were attacked while we were out adventuring. We're just bringing them back here. If you have any information, it'd probably help figure out what's going on.
You should make some kind of social check against her. She will definitely not be easily convinced.
Diplomacy.
Let me see. I'm equally -2 at everything.
Might get another 20.
I
You
have,
can, like,
a little
other
bit
people-
of diplomacy.
Other people can like run out after you, since you like they can like catch up to what's going on. That maybe they can notice. Hey, maybe it's bad if she leaves or something.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that Bluebell probably wouldn't make a check because she's just like, oh yeah, that's Stelvathora. She's cool. I like her.
If you want to like try to talk to her anyway, though, you can.
What the hell is going on?
Before the gnolls like jump on that drow and eat her, you gotta pick her up. Makes sense, Ulrich.
Well, it's more so along the lines of like, it's just like, well, that's mighty rude of Cardo. What the hell? That's out of character. What did you do?
So Delaporor is definitely, she's halted. She's not still running away. She's got the hovering in midair, like swaying back and forth, looking like she really wants to just bolt. There probably wouldn't be a whole lot you could do about it that wouldn't likely kill her if she did bolt.
Yeah.
I don't mean any harm. I understand that it's not exactly the best look to be walking in with unconscious people.
Oh, wait.
She's still like, I just have to go to the bathroom.
Well, I'd believe you a bit more if you didn't freak out as soon as you looked at and he'd probably, I think Carter was carrying the noble, so he'd heft her, like, look at her.
She's gonna like warily look at back. She's like, I didn't see that. I had too much coffee.
We're
So-
not.
She's really bad at lying, by the way.
Yeah, it's why I'm not rolling sense motive. It's just along the lines like, believe me, we couldn't harm you if we wanted to.
And Carta says, like, I see you're wearing, what is it? The same house symbol? Should she have like a pin or something?
So, Karista was wearing a signet ring, and Delvathora is not wearing a signet ring, but you were able to notice that she has just like this symbol, like on a little emblem, just like on her clothing. It's the same symbol that's on Karista's ring.
Okay.
Which I don't think you guys recognized what the symbol was before, but you can tell it's the same one.
I don't remember if there was reason for us to be able to do the nobility for it or anything.
You
like
were
that.
able, I think what it was, you were able to tell that
I think
Karista, whose name you don't know, is a noble, but you weren't able to tell what house.
Yeah, it was along the lines of the nobility was more so to know, yes, this is a drow noble thing.
So,
I guess
Carta
if you
says,
mentioned Lindsley.
you're wearing the same symbol as the drow who waylaid us on our way into town. We're not trying to start a war with the drow. We'd like to avoid it if possible. Anything you know would probably be a big help, because we're a little lost.
You would probably be able to speak on her behalf to understand what was going on.
Delvathor kind of like looks at you for a moment, and then for the first time she says anything where she sounds like she's not doing a very bad job at lying, she says, if you don't want there to be a war with the drow, you should let me go.
Carta kind of like glances at Ulrich and then just sort of nods, and he says, okay.
I mean, he gestures to the fact that he's like, I'm not gonna stop you. I mean, I'd like to know a bit more what's going on, but I'm not gonna, harry you.
At the window, this younger adventure boy in the group, he just like has like just half a loaf of bread stuffed in his mouth. He's just like chewing it. He's like, Delvathora, going on? They're just not concerned.
What the hell?
So clearly the rest of the party has no idea what's going on.
We were talking.
Anyway, she seems like she's going to speed off unless anybody wants to stop her anymore.
No. Carta will take her at her word.
It's just along the lines I guess there'd be we wouldn't know the political structure of any of that shit. It's weird. Harbixi and Drow are closer, right? They're both
Harbixi are half Drow.
Yeah.
And Drow really like Harbixi in particular.
Yeah. Would she notice the dead Drow in the card on her way out from where she's at?
Probably.
Okay. Maybe.
That Drow was not of the same house as the one that the Delvathor has the magic symbol to, though. Oh, Luna, what's wrong? Sorry, I'm changing Luna and stuff really quick, but I should still be able to be talking about stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything then. I'll just be like, all right, well, good luck. I don't want a war.
I think you did I can explain you did a good enough nobility check before to be aware that Harbixi would never be considered to be an actual like
noble or anything.
Noble, because they're not an actual drow. But they're not disowned by the house completely or anything.
Yeah, so she's probably decently well respected if she's able to wear the emblem, just along the lines of well, I do hope you have good luck in stopping whatever conflict there may be, and I would hope that we can at least have something of an explanation later. You're not beholden to us, but I figure it would be better for everyone. And he kind of looks specifically at the drow.
I think your mother is getting you a baba, Luna. Yeah, so she just like nods at you and says just like, I don't really know what's going on, but there's definitely people I should talk to.
Yeah, that makes 5 of us.
But she starts flying away with her relatively fast flying speed that I don't know. I don't think any of you would catch her anyway.
I mean, I could, but I'm carrying a body, so I'm way down.
I think Mitagari, their base fly speed is 30, isn't it?
Yeah.
Arbix, you have a 40.
Oh
They're a little faster.
no, she would definitely outpace me.
Where is the sweetie baby? There's the sweetie baby.
Most flying creatures in Pathfinder have really, really, really high flying speeds, and I figured that like it's one of the reasons why like giving characters races fly speed is like extra broken when giving it to player characters. Is it just makes you so freaking fast out of nowhere. Like it's way more reasonable to have the fly speed just be similar to the base speed.
Hi, baby.
That's one of the things that like Sylph does, I think. It's a 2 feet text, and then you get a fly speed equal to your base speed. It's a pain though, because of the 2 feet you gotta take.
Yeah, well, Sylph is one of those really bad races, which probably could be fixed by just giving it those 2 feats and having it have the fly speed base, and it would probably be decent enough.
It probably would be fixed by that, since Sylph also just gets fucking negative con, which is the worst goddamn thing to have.
Yeah, unless you turn undead. The every race that I make is always just balanced around being like, this should be as good as Azamar, or there's no reason to be it, because you could just be an Azamar of the race instead and be stronger. So, might as well make it so it's mechanically a good idea to be something that isn't an Azamar at any point in the game.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, when you look at Azamar, you're like, this can give you +7 to stats and no penalties. Like, what the fuck is this race? Why is it like this?
Yeah.
To be broken.
I'm hungry. Need food.
Yeah, so Delvathora zooms off. You can assume that if there's that someone somewhere is probably going to get told about Karista being here pretty soon, but it wasn't exactly a secret that you had her in the first place.
I mean, it's not a secret we were really gonna be able to keep.
Definitely not, no.
As in, the Drow were already chasing after you, so clearly somebody knows.
Well, they'd put people into a position that we could have gone. Like, that's more so like exploratory shit, necessary, or sort of. But it is still the point that they could do that.
Okay, so you guys are allowed to... do you want to just, like, say that you're putting Karista down in the basement now and that you're not carrying her around anymore, and the other Drow, because you don't have to keep carrying her.
Yeah, unless
Yeah.
we're, like... I guess I'd be doing that unless I'm stopped again, but... Yeah.
I'm going to say that there's no chance... They're not going to get just, like, random... Just so you don't have to worry about it, like, waste time on it. There's no chance they're just going to get randomly freed from down there. Like, it's too secure. There's way too many people in the way. Like, someone would have to, like, attack this place to free them. Like, you would know. Unless you, like, left, then it could happen while you're not here.
It will take them several days to recover.
There are... Yeah, the rogue one, she's going to be out for, like, 2 weeks. She's not getting up anytime soon unless she gets magical healing.
Assuming we have stuff back, then if we want to talk to them, I can cure light wounds one of them or something like that. Or, I guess I'd probably have to use multiple, but yeah.
Yeah, the adventures, a lot of them are kind of giving you like a stink eye, just like, oh yeah, you doing adventures that wasn't even a contract for any Drow, stupid jerks. Where'd you get that one?
You can just take them home; they're free.
Yeah, just go in the
Satellite
woods and
adventure.
take the Drow that are there.
You ever heard of one? Satellite adventure. Something cropped up while we were doing something else.
You can sell Drow for a lot of money. In some countries, not this one.
Yeah, not really in the business of selling people.
Banana.
Yet.
You have to sail south to the Tichara. They're actually south of the Nerasti. Even they're pretty far south, but they will buy people from you.
We have an ox and a cart now, so we can do that.
I don't think we've got the means to take them that far away.
Job be in the sun too long; it'll dried up, not worth anything anymore. Notably, let's see. I guess I could mention a few people that you would at least to some degree recognize, and that there's the bartender over there. His name is Barillo, and he's still sort of honorary wears like a guild insignia. He got the gold rank, and then he got really badly brain damaged, and it was not healable fully, and he can't really adventure anymore because of it. He's a cleric, and he doesn't really remember how to cleric anymore, which is kind of a problem. So he's now a bartender. And then let's see. I don't think maybe somebody would have heard of him to some degree, but that is like absolutely a whole ass bugbear over there, and that's like it's almost as weird as seeing a demon sitting at the counter. Because bugbears are assholes, man. Like there are not good bugbears. Like they suck.
Someone bring him here on a quest.
He's not wearing an insignia either, but he appears to be peacefully drinking there. He's definitely getting weird looks from the two other women at the bar over there at the other end. Like they definitely don't like that there's a bugbear sitting there. Bugbears are like huge, by the way. The guy's like over 7 feet tall. He really stands out. But he's not, part of a particular quest or anything. It's just definitely notable that he's there. He looks very dangerous. He also literally has like fresh blood like on him.
Yeah, I guess after we deposit the two, there's like, is there anyone we want to talk to, or should we just head to the meeting?
Oh, hold on. I should probably catch up with Chris.
Sure.
I mean, he did say hi to me.
Chris steps up and he's just like, and yeah, so Bluebell, you haven't seen Chris in a very long time.
Yeah.
If you remember what we talked about before him.
Yes, I remember.
He does stand up and he's just like, wow, you look exactly the same. He kind of looks at his arms and then like which have this like that cracked texture on him. He looks up at you again and he's just like, I don't, with like a funny smile on his face.
He kind of like flies up and is like kind of really gently like touching the cracks on his arms or whatever, and says, what happened?
He's just like, I mean, I got old. He said, and he says, just like, it doesn't seem to really be. I don't know. It's weird. Like, apparently, Maidagari, we got to find out we don't really age very much if we don't move. Says, but I still look old, and because you guys are aware, I guess Dust would be that Maidagari, when they get older, their skin starts to like show like cracks that will show like the inner color in them, same way that they look when they're injured, and then it like heals and like scars over. Like scarring and age look basically the same on a Maidagari, and he is just like his arms in particular are covered, like his body looks like it's just like mostly covered in those cracks. Like he's really really old. Like he'd be like maybe 5 years from dying of old age, except he's clearly not moving like he's that old. He seems like he's just healthy and fine. Bluebell, I don't know if you. It's not like it's the most critically important thing ever, but Bluebell, you do know like generally what happened with him. If you want me to give you any kind of information to talk about it, I can.
Yeah, sure. I like engaging with the content that you've made. I'm sorry, I didn't say that in character. I'm tired.
He's a consumer.
Is your hair made of cloud candy?
And he goes, yeah.
Wait, it is? You never told me.
He's like nodding, just like you're like, yeah, totally.
And he sees like Bluebell like reaching for his hair. He's like, you never told me.
Card is also reaching for it.
Now, perhaps we need a refresher on manners.
Sorry.
There we go. That's the information on him.
Like if he's fine with it, but you should ask to see if he's fine with it.
And Bluebell
Oh,
was
I
just
see
there
where
when that
it was.
happened.
What year is it currently?
I don't remember exactly, but it's like a little bit after 1,000.
Okay, thank you.
And Maidagari normally only live to be around 150 years old.
Alright. Okay, so yeah, you would expect him to be like on his last legs here, but sheesh.
I mean, don't look that old. But I guess the Maidagari do be weird.
She's kind of flying around him like in circles, and
So Bluebell has not met him. She did not know that he was awake yet, basically, right?
mm-hmm.
This
No.
is her first finding out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when did you wake up?
And he says, just a few months ago, finally. Says just like, everybody got so old. Like, I mean, a few people I knew are still around, but there's just no reason to even stay home anymore. So I headed down south and I got here and I want to do something, you know, like it's a lot of lost time. So I figured being an adventurer is the way to go. You seem to be having a good time with it. Already Iron Rank 2, huh?
She
There's
kind
much
of
to do around here.
gives a nod and kind of stops her circling and says, she kind of like gives him a like tap on the shoulder and it's like, you're awful chipper for your age.
He says, oh, shut up. You're older than I am.
How long were you asleep?
And Chris looks at you and he just sort of has this like just exhausted look of just like, what in the hell, man? He's like, it's like 100 and something years.
Oh.
Pretty absurd. I guess it's just like,
You must be well rested.
So he, if you want him to explain how that he can just like say the general details of how that happened if you want him to,
Yeah,
but
I
he's
guess-
perfectly happy to talk about it.
it's just along the lines like, is that a normal Maitagari thing? Sleeping for a century?
He says, well, it does only happen to Maidagari, but it's pretty rare. It's a particular sorcerer bloodline. It can happen. It doesn't even happen to everybody with the bloodline. It goes back to the, you know, so I guess in one way it was a little bit nice to know because most of us Maidagari, we don't really know where we came from. We don't really keep track of family lines very well or anything like that. No, we don't really care about that too much. But I do know now. I guess I'm Therethan apparently, because when this bloodline shows up, sometimes it makes you just go into a coma and you don't wake up for sometimes a few years, and I guess in my case over 100 years.
Sucks to suck, bro.
Huh.
kind of like bumps dust. Like, come on.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it sucks. If Maitagari apparently don't age, I guess it sucks to be gone for that amount of time, but like, if I were in a coma for 100 years, I wouldn't be around anymore.
He goes, yeah, fair, you know. Like, it's actually kind of cool. I don't really even mind the way that I have these cracks now. It makes it look like I'm like a super battle-hardened veteran, right?
Yeah, you kind of look like dust.
And he like motions to dust. He's like that guy.
Bluebell kind of laughs and it's just like, I don't think you want to be like that guy.
Dust does
I mean,
have
if you
want to
be a decent adventurer, you would.
Still, must be.
That was
weird.
absolutely like a mild insult at Dust, but just very playful.
Still, must be weird waking up in a completely different time. I can't really imagine it.
Do it every night.
He says, well, I mean, that's why I came down here. I'd never really done anything other than hang out, you know, in the woods with my friends and everything. And so I figured that as long as everything seems all different and alien anyway, I might as well go somewhere I've never been.
That's
well,
fair.
how's Mendobalda been treating you?
He says, sucks here. There's nothing to do.
You did
I mean,
pick
there
an
were-
interesting first place to explore.
Well, Yeah, all the jobs been taken up by all the people coming over from Sildus, because there's now nothing to do over there, and that's by design.
He says,
So-
I was here before everybody from Sildus got here, and he says there was still not that much to do even back then. Like Roderick, he's the guild master here. He just like runs around and just does everything.
Sounds like against the job of the guildmaster, but okay.
He says it's like, yeah, it seemed really weird to me, but apparently he didn't try to get hired as the guild master. They just kind of made him be the guild master, and he was just already doing all this.
Perhaps someone should float the idea to him that others need to make a living.
Chris says like, yeah, I mean, I kind of understand why people like the way that he does things, because he takes care of problems really quickly, but I suppose really we should just get out of here. He like motions over to like Jaha and Godin.
Yeah, we were trying to head over to Kardarna, but then we got waylaid.
He's like, I can see that. He says, I don't think I've ever seen a drow before.
Seen too many in one day.
Says, I've heard they're
I've heard that
jerks.
again.
Good luck with that.
Well, they're not the
Yeah.
nicest, I would say.
This
Yeah,
since this bloodline that he was talking about, is that like a known thing to other people, or is that just like a mostly my Tagari known thing because it happens to them?
It would be the kind of thing that other people would need to make some kind of high like knowledge check to like know details about, probably.
Gotcha. 1 second.
Hey, baby.
I guess it would
Yeah.
be, since it's a bloodline, what, like Arcana?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, baby.
1 second. I'm being... Something is...
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Arcana.
Hello. Hello. Hello, sweetie. Hello, sweetie.
That's the sound of Bluebell and Chris playing.
No, it's not.
Indeed.
But Bluebell will say,
I accept that as canon.
that, but seriously, it's been way too long. I missed you when you fell asleep, you know.
He says it's like, well, now it just feels weird. Like I've been gone for such a long time. I was gonna ask you out, and then I passed out, and I never woke up, and I feel like kind of a jerk.
And now you're sitting in an idyllic town looking for fun. That's a
And,
good
like,
bad luck.
That's as much of a surprise as you want that to be to Bluebell. But once again, Maitagari, they're not like humans about relationships. If they like somebody, they just walk up to them and tell them. Like,
She kind of just, like, stares at him for a moment, blinks a few times, and then is like, oh, well, that's really sad. I'm sorry.
says, oh well, you look like you're probably pretty busy now anyway. Says it's like, I never figured you'd become an adventurer. I'm guessing you haven't been one for very long, because he just sort of like looking to the Iron Rank badge.
She kind of, like, thinks about it for a moment, and she looks like she's thinking really hard about something right now.
Probably been her 100-year project.
And just says, like, how long has it been?
I mean, if you can note defining events around the time you became an adventurer, I could probably pinpoint it for you.
Was it when that happened? No, that happened before that. Jeez, I don't
Chris.
know.
Chris kind of shrugs, and he says just like, Maitagari aren't great at keeping track of time, but, pixies don't even know what time.
Yeah, it was what I was offering. It's not an uncommon thing that's happened.
Yeah.
Chris
Humans
kind of
are
like,
focused on it.
he just laughs, just like, Bluebell might be like 1,000 years old, and we wouldn't even know.
Oh, you're so funny. Seriously, how long is 1,000 years?
10 times of what he was sleeping for.
That still doesn't really answer it for me. Bro, what are you
Let's
doing?
see. You
I
made
would
some
be
kind of
able
check
to-
for the bloodline?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a pretty good check. Oh yeah, you'd 100% recognize it then. So you would at least know that it's Sharitha blooded is what it's called. It is based on there was an old there was a Maidagari kingdom back when they don't have kingdoms anymore. They used to. They don't want them anymore. And the bloodline gives +2 to DCs to illusions. I think the Arcana gives +2 illusion DCs, and also it gives immunity to webs as the first level bloodline power. Which he has, and he doesn't have a higher level abilities. Was there anything in particular you wanted to know about it other than that?
Oh no, I was just remarking. I guess
And you do know, you would know that there is the rare case. It's like 1 in 10 people hardly even gets the bloodline in the first place. Of course, as a sorcerer bloodline, but 1 in 10 of them just goes into a coma. And they're usually only out for a few months, but apparently in Chris's case, he's out for almost his whole lifetime.
Yeah. Definitely an aberrant case, but yeah.
I also really like the little blurb about him. A little thing to start there.
Weaver whale.
My
It just
favorite
felt like
part
the right
about the
description.
stat block is that it says female Maidagari sorcerer
I
too.
should change that. That's
I
just
really
a
didn't.
bug.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I really didn't know if that was an
It's
intentional
not actually.
dig.
Yeah, no, he said it's not a dig. That happens a lot because that's one of the mechanics that almost never comes up. What you do need to mechanically specify if a character is male, female, or neither, because it can matter for some effects, but it doesn't usually matter. So I don't usually even look at it.
Gotcha. Well, Bluebell kind of just says, "We are pretty busy, having gone on less than one adventure and already having done all of this," and kind of gesturing to the drow. And
Meliel's probably waiting on us.
yeah, but
Yeah.
we should really get going. I'd take
It's
you with us if I could, but that would be
Who's
pretty
gonna-
rude to you, wouldn't it?
We've still got 3 whole other quests to do, man.
Chris is just walking up. He's like, nah. I mean, I got plans with my boys here, and these are my boys. It's Jaha and Godin. They both just raise mugs,
They seem like your boys.
He shrugs, I do the talking.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I'm familiar with the setup.
you have fun with the boys there.
Can I set up an elaborate plan to kidnap Chris?
Probably
Okay.
shouldn't do it right in front of him.
He might help, actually, if you ask. I'm not putting Chris there specifically saying Bluebell must go date this Maidagari boy, but
No.
you can if you want to.
Kind of doing whatever I'm thinking on a whim, and that's what I was thinking on a whim.
Well,
Not
good
that it's,
luck finding work.
exceptionally important, but you see a woman that works here, obviously, a young woman that works here. She's running out and bringing people more drinks really quickly. She's definitely absolutely crying though. There's tears streaming down her face, and everybody kind of glances at her a little bit about it, but they don't seem that concerned that she's super crying. And she's just excuse me, brushing past all of you. She's going back to go do more stuff.
Can I slap her ass as she goes by?
No.
Yeah, sleight of hand check.
No.
What to blame it on Carta?
You will provoke an attack of opportunity from Carta if you do that.
Only if he sees it. It's sleight of hand. So if you can perceive, you can't smell his hand. So you'd have to perceive that sleight of hand to stop
Are
him.
you sure you can't smell his hand?
Ooh!
You
You need
did see it. So I guess at this point, Carta, you could stop Dust from slapping her ass.
Just immediately bite his entire hand.
Cardiff says, "Do it, and I'll bite you."
Does Dust do it anyway?
Yes. While making eye contact with Carda the whole time.
That's not really a
Um,
threat. He likes fighting.
So let's see. Let's see how bad this is. Do Dust. I'm not saying that you're attacking her, but do an attack roll.
Do full damage.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, that poor girl.
Jesus Christ.
So she doesn't have the reaction you'd expect. She's very startled at first, like she hops like that, like any girl would be if you grab her butt while she's walking past or slap her ass while she's walking past. But she starts like immediately. She gets this really pained look on her face, and she starts crying. But she's like, "Why did you do that? Ow!"
Dust will just wink at her.
Like that clearly hurt her way more than made sense. She's like, "You asshole!" And she does seem to be trying to kick you. I don't know if you want to respond to that. Like not like a martial arts kick to the face. She's just like trying to like kick you in the shin.
There's no reason to not take that damage. I'm okay with that.
Jesus.
What the hell?
Oh wait, I remember what's going on now. Oh my god, that's funny.
It's very funny that he did that. I know. So I'm like not even mad. It's just so funny.
Holy shit. Okay. Oh my god, that's so much more funny than you guys even know. What the hell?
Let's see. She's not probably going to do very much damage. She's not very
Luna,
strong.
Luna.
Dust takes 1 non-lethal damage, which, if we hadn't arbitrarily healed everybody, would have knocked him out. Because he was at 1 hit point.
Yeah, her kicking him in the shin.
It would have been really funny if it did knock him out, though. Honestly, I wish it happened.
Dust, come on, what the hell?
I mean, we could say that he's still at 1 hit point, and this would knock him out. Just scribble up on the floor right there. But...
Get kicked in the shin, and you're just
I
like,
mean, it
"Alright,
would
I'm
effectively be the same. Like, we're about to walk into a conversation that the most he might add is, "Yeah, I killed him." Or, "Yeah, I knocked him out." Like, along the lines like, "What the hell? Why'd you do
Dust,
that?"
what the hell is wrong with you? Are you okay?"
Yeah,
All right, now
she's-
you gotta bite him. You said you do it.
she's like carefully like rubbing some part of her butt and like turning away, trying to like not she's like slightly embarrassed, but just like way more annoyed and clearly in pain. And she kind of like wipes tears away and says just like, when I went to the bathroom a few minutes ago, I sat down on a bee.
What?
I believe she said, when I went to the bathroom a few minutes ago, I sat
Oh, I
down on a
heard it.
bee.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thought you didn't hear.
Says, "It hurts really bad, but it's really busy. And if you're still here when I get more drinks, I am going to dump them on your head." She says to Dust.
It's not our fault that he's an asshole.
No,
She's
she
not talking
said
to you,
it
she's talking to Dust.
specifically.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not here to drink.
While all of this is happening, Bluebell is not paying attention to literally any of this.
Off
She
goes the
is-
busy bee.
Oh my god, I can't believe you just fucking said that. Jesus Christ, Kieran.
So I will say that, like, as upsetting as it can sound, and it's not going to go in like super dark territory or anything like that, obviously, but like, Moza works in the Adventurers Guild like tavern full of like the surliest dudes ever. She gets slapped on the ass a lot. Like, that's not like a shocking new thing to her. Like, she doesn't have to work here. She works here and gets slapped on the ass a lot. It's not like she likes it. She clearly doesn't care very much.
Fucking breeders, man.
Okay.
Filthy.
Carta says, well, before we see the guild master, I'm gonna get a bite to eat because I'm starving.
You do that.
It's just like,
And Bluebell's gonna fly over with no warning, just like sit down on Chris's shoulders and start like playing with his hair. Completely disregarding everything that's going on.
I'm gonna go wait upstairs for when you guys decide to come over.
Maliel will come get us when they're ready. I bet.
You know what? Actually, that's wonderful. Let's put her through the ringer. I'll still wait upstairs, but I'm not going to immediately go there.
Ulrich going upstairs, huh?
Yeah, I think he'd be actually going around this way, because he doesn't have any reason not to.
Teleport to the other green arrow.
The-
You can finally see up there a whole bunch of other people.
Look at all the people! Wow!
There's you don't need to do any kind of check to tell that the
Or
closest people are
similar
there.
elves.
The elves and also that older guy standing there are all very, very clearly Inari worshippers. Matarka is very clearly a Miko. You can tell just looking at him. He's very definitely that class.
Just 4 same-face elves, pretty much.
They do look very similar, yes.
I do not see any nameplates for anybody on this floor.
Yeah,
Okay.
nobody down here
Okay,
is
well,
nameplates except for these guards.
I
and
guess I
Meliel and Roderick.
copied all the wrong. It's supposed to be that default all tokens have player permission set for token names. There's no case in which I ever would not want players to see the name of a token. That doesn't make any sense.
But what if they're a doppelganger?
This is a higher level group that your people would have definitely at least heard of them. But it's not like you'd know them. Okay. So
So
they.
5 of them, or just the 4 of them, and then he's his own entity?
These 5 are all together.
Oh, okay.
Their particular group. He's the Miko class, and they are all you'd be able to make the knowledge check to be able to tell that they're Komabushis, which is archetype of fighter that is specifically geared towards supporting clerics. Like they have things that buff clerics if they're closer to them. And it stacks! So Matarka can do some real powerful cleric things when he's got all 4 of them in range.
Huh. That's why they're ranked high.
Hey,
Sounds
Miss
stuffy.
Girl, what are you doing? Enough.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Luna's like messing with my stuff.
Name everybody.
Stomach hurts too
Doing
much to stop her.
Okay, you now know about Gabby, Josephine, Kolda, and Gadrit. That's the most important
Ugh.
characters.
No,
Well, I
Luna,
feel
stop.
like there's no way of talking to them, so it's alright. There's
Hey.
no way to talk to them.
Girl, cut it out, please. Thank you.
It would be improper.
Stomach hurts
They
too much
don't
to
even
stop
know
you.
who they are.
I do know who they are. I just haven't made stat blocks yet. So if you get in a fight with them, I'm just gonna roll like a 1d100 for who dies.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Does everybody have their fucking names yet?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Dwarf,
I can see their
dwarf,
names.
noble.
Make sure these guys
I
up
guess
here in
she
the other meeting room.
doesn't- She doesn't over here, but aside from that, yeah.
Sure that everybody is properly labeled dwarf.
Dwarf.
You gotta have Saldana's name. I mean, she's been talked up so much.
Aren't there like 3 different Seldanas?
There's a lot of dwarves. I'm not dwarves. Elves named Saldana. Super common name.
Seems super counterintuitive.
There's
How do
the
I-
elves reuse names fairly often. But definitely don't have as much differentiation as humans. Okay, I put Moses' name on now that she's had her butt slapped.
Moza and Corson. I mean, considering the severity, it seems like he sat on like 3 Bs when he went to the bathroom or something like that. Like, much worse.
The bee got a critical hit.
Yeah.
And basically, Dusk getting a really good attack roll, getting that really rolling that 18 whatever, meant that he just like slapped her just directly on the sting.
Luna.
Yeah, pretty much.
Stop.
I mean, he is an evil blood knight, so if you're trying to like, dominate a waitress, that's one way to do it.
You
You've
retrieve this
proved
girl.
you're stronger than her. You've done it.
Do
Every
the other
hole's a goal.
trying in there also sit on a bee?
Oh no, he's trying for actually super sad reasons.
Oh no.
Can you retrieve this girl?
Can
A
I?
moment. Yes.
Yeah. We're having Babnar problems. 1 second.
Yeah, that's alright.
Luna, what are you doing?
Messing with all of my stuff forever while I have a stomach ache. And I'm too hurty to stop her. Thank you.
2:30. Do you need to go to the dentist?
Did I say 2:30?
You said 2 hurdy, but they're close.
Oh, okay. I'd as well have said that.
I felt like I heard a TH sound in there.
I might have said it. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
I guess 2:30 and 2:30 are exactly the same, aren't they?
Too hurty. I said too hurty. Not 2:30 or 2:30.
I heard a TH sound.
How dare you? I'll pay for
The
that.
only TH sound is THC. I don't know.
PH sound.
Who's got the herb?
I don't know.
Alright.
So while you're doing that, and you're not like at your desk, so we're not like really doing anything important. How soft is Chris's hair? Is it soft? What does it feel like?
I'm trying to think. It would. Mitagari hair, more than anything, would feel extremely smooth. Like it would feel like it still has like a slight coating of like conditioner on it.
Okay.
And does it taste like cloud candy?
You just gonna start tasting people's hair.
Yeah, are you
They
gonna put his head in your mouth?
They would actually taste a little bit metallic. I think they taste a little bit. They'd probably taste not. It wouldn't be the same taste, but you kind of a similar metallic amount of metallic taste as blood.
Interesting. And no, I'm not gonna go around tasting people's hair. That'd be weird. Just his hair, because it looks like candy.
Mitagari in general would have a metallic taste across their entire body.
Yeah.
Taste
So-
of metal.
Probably a reason why people don't date them very often. Despite the fact that they can be rather attractive. So you kiss them and you're just like, did
Yeah,
I just
weird.
kiss a penny?
Yeah, weird blood penny kiss thing.
They're like more. They don't look it necessarily, but they're like more earth attuned than an Oriad is, so they're pretty different from a normal flesh and blood person.
Shame.
Alright, well, I'm definitely kidnapping this Mitagari.
What the hell?
I don't know how
A
I'm gonna
pix-
do it.
A pixie. We already know that pixies don't have any problem with the way that Mitagari taste.
Their only way to taste metal without touching it.
It'll probably be an interesting experience to them because it's not that they taste like any. They're not made of metal. They just have a similar taste to that. But it wouldn't hurt a pixie because they're not forged. They're just ore.
Or what?
If you forged your Mitagari, then a pixie wouldn't like them anymore. Did I make that a thing? Like if if a Mighty Gari takes a certain amount of fire damage without dying, they can become like forged.
A certain amount of fire damage and then hit with a hammer or something like that. Like,
or like fire and wind at the same time, like in Ogre Battle 64, and he'll become a ghost.
What?
Wait, that's just him being dead.
yeah.
Messages?
In Ogre Battle 64, if you do fire damage to a zombie, it burns and becomes a skeleton. And if you hit the skeleton with a combined attack that does both fire and wind damage at the same time, it'll blow away their body and they become a ghost. And there's still a unit you can use.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
What is it?
That's
For
what
fucking
it's
Tactics Ogre, like, speaking of undead, like, you have to work a ton to get, like, a Divine Knight, and then they're just never worth it.
Yeah. There's so many really hard to get classes in the game that are just like, eh. That's alright.
It's also largely not worth it because it's also, like, you have to farm a fucking specific drop, and then you need to turn someone to a zombie. It's just not... It's
Yeah.
such a pain in the ass for no good reason.
One of the biggest disappointments to me is how hard it is to really actually unlock the Necromancer class, and it's good. It is good, but you don't get access to like the most powerful Necromancer abilities. You just don't get to use them. It's like, what? Come on, let me have them.
And then, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say Lich is necessarily better, but it seems like they get better spells, because they can do the summons. When Necromancers can't, or at least they can't in, the newest version. Whatever. The remake, whatever. But Necromancer's, like, the earliest point at which you get them, like, you can recruit, like, one, or if you're on Chaos, I guess you can get, Cressida, I think her name was.
Yeah. You have to get Cressida to like fully get access to the Necromancer class at all, which is weird. Even if you get a Necromancer otherwise, it doesn't count
until you get her.
But even if you get a Necromancer, you can't like actually use their abilities until you've gotten Cressida, because you can actually forcibly convert a Necromancer in at least one fight before you can even get to her, and then you have a Necromancer, but they can't do anything. They're just totally useless. They can't do any necromancy.
That might have been fixed, because they were able to do this, like, they were functionally still the same class, at least, in Reborn.
One thing that's weird to me about the newest version of that is the music largely got worse. Like, I don't like it as much as the the PSP version. Like, why did it get worse?
Probably made to be crushed a bit when it was, save on space, crush the music just a bit. Probably, if it got expanded, it's just worse.
They remade all the tracks, though. It's not like they just used the same tracks. They remade them, and they're not as good. Like, why did you just use the same tracks if they're worse? Like, what are you doing?
Sometimes that shit just happens. Like, they'll remake it, change it up, and then the music just sounds worse.
Does it sound like they ran it through AI or something?
No, it just sounds like not as good of a composer put it together. Like, they just took the same tracks and did some work on them and made it a little bit worse, and then re-released them. It's like they were really good before, and they got like, and they're still good. They're just like not as good. And it's just like, why did you make this? What was the point?
I don't know. I've been enjoying it. I guess. I mean, I'm pretty deep into it. I guess I've gone.
Do you know how different it is from the PSP version? Is there like a lot more in it? Like, I'm not even sure why they made the remake.
Archers are hot shit, so that's the biggest difference.
Oh, they made them worse again?
Yeah, they made them fucking horrible.
In every other game, they're amazing or terrible. Obviously, in the in the original game, they're unstoppable, and then in Final Fantasy Tactics, Archers are like the biggest joke in the world in any game ever. They're so bad. It's like
all of the, like, if you're looking up anything about the game as well, it's most often going to be stuff for, like, Let Us Cling Together, the PSP version, rather than Reborn. And it's always like, oh yeah, use an archer to, like, put an archer real high up and have them pick off this specific person if you just want to blitz through the thing. And it's like, yeah, not anymore.
When Garriger played...
I played a bit of the PSP version as well, so I know what they're talking about. Archers were busted. Like they just could solve everything.
When Garriger played the PSP version of the game, I told him like, don't like at most have one archer in your party, probably not even one. They're so good, like archers on their own in a game where you have 10 people like on your team and the enemy might have like 20 or 30 enemies. One archer can beat almost every map on the first fucking turn.
Yeah, archers are
They're that good.
Can they attack
the
that many
only-
times?
No, they just do comically huge amounts of damage at just whatever range they want, and they do enough damage to one-shot the boss and just win right away.
Yeah, he means they can one-shot them. They can't, like, they don't get that much action economy. They just,
Yeah.
normally you'd have to hit a person, like, until late game, you're probably hitting an enemy 3, maybe 4 times, but then late game, you get summons, and those things can go fucking crazy. Like, especially if you're managing, like, the cards and whatnot well, like, you can go absurd with it.
If you're just piling all your effort into making like a RSL whatever, like the first the whatever boss archer you can recruit,
Yeah, Aerosol crazy.
she just one shots like every boss in the game from the point you get her for the rest of the whole game. Like you
It
just
is
don't need to play the
hilarious.
game anymore.
It is frankly hilarious because in the PSP version, I can believe that she is a force to be reckoned with, but then in Reborn, she shows up and is important to, like, all the shit, but it's just like, I know she's not good. Because
Yeah.
they kill, like, they took all bows behind the shed and fucking killed them. The best thing bows are for now is, like, the same thing that greatswords are still good for in the game, which is putting statuses. They can get stunned on them. But, like, you don't even need that because White Knights have stun into their kit natively. And you're not gonna not be running White Knights. If you're getting White Knights, you should just put them all to white, like, get Gildus, Murden, and then change Ravenous into a White Knight. Like, Velocity Shift, if you're not using it, you're literally just playing the game wrong.
It's one of those situations where like I will often just totally bar myself using the better classes because then that's all you do. I'm like, is this game more fun if I play the bad classes? Kinda, yeah. It's kind of
Like-
more fun if you just play the bad ones.
As it stands, the classes I think I've come to enjoy the most are, like, Buccaneer is fine. I don't know. It's good damage-wise, but it doesn't seem all that interesting. It's just I go up and I hit things. Like, White Knight's good for all the utility, while also being good as, like, tanks. They're good for setting debuffs. It's just, I don't know. I don't like how spears go from being 2 in front of you to having the slot, like the little space.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward to remember even what your range is.
Yeah. But,
Um,
yeah. I don't know about Tactics Ogre Pro.
yeah, I'm gonna have to play Reborn at some point, but I'm not sure if I'll.
I've been
even-
enjoying it. The biggest difference, of course, is the leveling system. Like, you can't grind, you get people up to a certain thing. To a degree, I think it's arguably a better system in terms of, like, running into problems, like, actually having difficulty with the goddamn game. Because normally you can kind of just, if you know what you're doing, you don't even need to grind a lot, but you can grind some and make things a bit trivial. Whereas in Reborn, you're stuck at a place.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You have a ceiling that you can reach.
It's
Like-
probably a benefit to the game because it's really easy to make Tactics Ogre too easy. Although only in the PSP version. The Super Nintendo version is fucking impossible. Don't even attempt to play that game. It's horrible.
The biggest issue with the whole change in the leveling is that because of how the cards are and what they do for the bosses in the game, they fill the card, like, every character has these 4 fucking slots that they can get attack up, skill proc increase, magic up, and whatnot, like MP increase each turn. And they immediately fill bosses, like, bar with it, so that they're actually tangibly stronger. But it is such a huge amount that if they do give them 2 attack increases, which is often the case, like, they will just one-shot everything. So
Yeah.
it often becomes the case that you just need to blitz the bosses down, and because they made the game a bit harder by you just not being able to level over things, that is now an even bigger concern. And there are those solo fights that become incredibly difficult because of the fact that they get those benefits, and then you can't blitz them because it's just you.
Oh, is it ever as bad as the Final Fantasy Tactics bullshit with the Y-Graph and right after Elmdor fight that are both literally kill your game, you have to restart?
Oh, I mean, no. I think Reborn has like a checkpointing system that's much more fair, but I wouldn't know specifically because I haven't played Tactics.
There's a forced 1v1 from your main character against a guy named Y-Graph, who is very powerful, and if you save the game before you go into that fight, it's in a series of fights you can't go back, and you probably can't beat him at all the first time you get there, and you literally have to just delete your save and make a new one and start the game over.
It prompts you, like, the game makes sure to tell you, like, hey, you can get fucked over here if you don't save smartly. Like, it does that for every time, like, every situation in which there are multiple maps you go through, so, like, Brigantus and all them, like...
The thing that's so crazy about the Y-Graph fight, you literally have to cheese him. You can't just be like, I'll put together a good build and fight him and win. Like, no, he will beat you, no matter what. If you fight him fairly, you will lose.
Yeah.
You have to use some kind of cheese.
Your best options for Denim are to put items on him to buff himself, and then debuff his enemy, or, like, play Knight and hope you get a proc of Phalanx.
With Y-Graph, if you don't either break or steal his sword, as one of the options, he will kill you in probably 1 or 2 hits.
Yeah.
And you won't have the chance to heal. And otherwise, the only thing you can really do is Ramza in that game, the starting character. He has a unique ability only he has that he can basically put a buff on somebody that gives them a slight increase in their speed, which lets them take more turns faster. Like you get more turns, not just just move further with more speed in that. Works like delay. Yeah, it's almost the same as Tactics Ogre. It's very similar. So, whatever. You just have to make it so you're getting like 4 turns in a row, so you can just kill him in 4 turns without him getting to hit you, or he'll just kill you. Like, he's that dangerous. It's like, why did they make it like this?
It happens twice in Tactics Ogre, and I think it's like they're different paths. On Chaos, it happens with Vice, of course, but then there's one with Leonard, and they're both dangerous.
Yeah, those. I remember the Leonard fight's difficult, but it's like you could just beat him. But like that's a lot like the Y-Graph fight. But imagine Leonard was just so dangerous that like you could barely scratch him, and he did enough damage to, with a high roll of a non-crit, kill you in 1 hit.
Yeah, Leonard, I think because of how the cards work in Reborn, he can't one-shot you, but he can very much so do like 80% of your health. There aren't any cards that increase defense, so you're hitting him for normal damage, but like you definitely cannot have a slug fight with him. Like, it's not possible.
So, the Y-Graph fight is way even worse for a thing that's not the Y-Graph fight, which is that right after the Y-Graph fight, you then have your whole party fight him when he goes into a superpower boss mode, and he's way easier because you get your whole party. But right after that fight, which, once again, if you save, you can't go back, because if you had 1 save, you somehow managed to beat that, then you get thrown into another immediate run killer, literal delete your save fight, which is against Marquis Elmdor and his 2 assassins, who, the reason why this is a run killer is if your speed isn't above a certain amount, and it won't be unless you've specifically set up your party to have extremely high speed, the enemy units will move and attack and kill an NPC you need to save before you get a turn.
Yeah, I think also that's something that Reborn's better about, in that the NPCs aren't, like, stupidly frail.
So,
lobbers aren't a weapon anymore, so you can't, like, have Canimus have a lobber, but the NPCs aren't... Like,
NPCs dying in Tactics Ogre means they're dead, but you don't lose the game. You lose the game when Rafa gets killed by Elmdor, which will happen before you get a turn. You literally don't even get to play. It's just like, you just watch Rafa die and you lose, and that's the game. Then you delete your save. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
That game's not very well designed.
Apparently it's getting a remaster, so it's probably going to end up getting the Reborn treatment. and everyone's gonna hate it because people are absurd about these things.
If
Something's
people get
different
mad
in
that they
this
fixed
game.
that game, there's not so like almost every game made by whoever it is, who the director that does these games, it's just there's so many people's sisters getting killed. It's just everybody's sister dies all the time, and they need to just overdo it. Like if they remake Final Fantasy Tactics, like up it by like 10 times the number. Just everybody's sisters just dropping dead left and right.
They did not fix that, or not fix, but they did not change the conversation with what's her name? Oh god, I can't remember.
Kashua?
Kashua at all, so you can very much so still pick.
Just say things that
Yeah.
seem like the same answer, and one of them makes her
Yep.
kill herself.
Pick what
So
is
dumb.
ostensibly one of two of the same thing, and you say it in a slightly different way, and
Yeah.
it just sets her off.
It's equivalent of going, "Hey sis," or "Oh, what's up, sis?" and one of them makes her kill herself.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, so aggressively offended by the way that you like, talk to her.
Just
Like,
Ugh.
also, I don't remember which route it's in, but like one of the routes she has no good reason to leave. So like, the reason is ostensibly you are going to continue fighting, and that's not cool, or you're leaving me behind even though I am following you.
Yeah, the
everywhere.
conflict you have with her doesn't make any sense in the game. That's the one.
It only
Tactics Ogre
makes
is like my
sense in
favorite
one
game ever.
route.
Even then, like, Kashua is being such a whiny bitch given the circumstances. It's just like, oh, come on. Like, the whole country is falling apart. Like, stop being such a whiny brat. Like, she's literally
Like-
just being a whiny brat.
Like, the only part of her argument that's reasonable is let's leave, and it's just like, yeah, okay, that's the more reasonable thing. But like, you're leaving me behind because you're fighting for your homeland is insane.
Because we're all literally all going to get genocided if we don't fight back. Like, you're clearly all going to die. Like Casual, what the fuck?
He doesn't get mad at anything over Bulma Moose or anything like that. It's just like, you're fighting and that's not cool.
It's like, I get that, yes, they could just, like, get on a boat and leave, but it's like, you wouldn't even be sure you wouldn't get tracked down by just, like, crazy, like, Galgastanis or whatever that want to just kill you. Like,
Yeah.
they seem to just want to kill every Wallister ever.
Yeah, and even after they lost the war, it doesn't change.
Yeah. The Galgastanis just seem like complete assholes. Like, they're just total jerks.
It is especially prominent on Chaos Route, where it's like, oh yeah, apparently it's a open plot that fucking you're being framed, and the Galgastani know it, but they still want to fight you because you're Wallister.
Yeah, they're just like, we realize you're not the bad guy in the situation, but we're super racist, so fuck you.
Yeah.
And that's like the level of reasoning that's like the best you'll ever get from them. Anyway, Meliel comes running down the stairs, and she looks like she wants to talk to Carta, but then the bugbear guy gets up, and he's just like, "Come on, I've been waiting for hours. Am I gonna get a meeting or not?" And Meliel's just like, that wasn't really my thing. That's Saldana's thing. She's still working on something. She hasn't sent a message somewhere." And the bugbear's just like leering at her, towering over her. She does seem actually pretty freaked out by him, but he's not like reaching for a weapon or anything.
Carta just kind of like steps here, and
Just
He
looks
says,
down the stairs at Meliel, like, oh, okay.
everything all right, friend?
The bugbear looks at Carta and just says, "Play dead, puppy."
Christ.
Carta kind of like fans his ears back, and he
Dust is
he's at a
grabbing
loss
a
for words.
bucket of popcorn
He's
for this
like, wasn't expecting that.
Why is everybody so mean to me?
Can I get you a drink?
No.
He just kind of like, he gives like a big toothy smile like at you. You're not really sure what it means. He seems to enjoy that you seem very afraid of him, though. But he then looks back to Meliel and he says, just like, all right, that's it. I'm coming back tomorrow, and if it's not ready by then, I'm going somewhere else. And he just sort of like storms off.
What a bundle of sunshine.
You hear somebody out there yelling,
Hell
"Help! I'm
yeah.
being eaten by a bugbear!"
Carta kind of looks to Meliel and he's like, "You all right? He didn't hurt me, did he?"
Bill's just like, yeah, he's kind of terrifying. She says just like he's really annoyed. I mean, he already went through like the testing for like rank placement and stuff, and he'd be like a mithril rank man. He's really scary. Anyway, but there's been a lot of trouble. I mean, he's like a bugbear, and we've been contacting offices. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. I can bring you upstairs to Roderick now.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, man. Sure.
And then you hear Meliel yell out, just like, "Bluebell, get your pixie butt over here!" She's just like flying around over there.
Okay. Bluebell stops playing with Chris's hair and like flies away. Not on top of the water. There we go. Okay. I am wherever I need to be.
As you're flying away, you can hear Chris saying to Godin and Jaha, "So do you think she's into me?" And they both give kind of like a, "Ugh."
We don't talk about law at the table.
More than anything, they seem like they're just really drunk, which is pretty normal for dwarves.
Just fucking blackout drunk and not listening.
So, up the stairs, you can see that there's a couple more of the guards that just like work for the guild. They're technically just Cyprian soldiers, but they're on duty here. They seem to be a little alarmed and about there's a large number of mountain dwarves sitting there. They're not adventurers. You can see they don't have insignias on them or anything. They're apparently just like impatiently waiting for something. They're being pretty quiet. I think Ulrich would recognize that one without needing any kind of a check. You would know that he is very much in opposition to you. But he's still gonna get a fight with you in here.
In my nightmares.
I mean, opposition doesn't necessarily mean that we're like. I probably am nobody to him, so it's fine. If I don't react, then nothing.
I don't think he'd recognize you. I think
Yeah.
you would know who he is.
I'm a nobody.
Yeah. But yeah, the guards perfectly happy to let you go into the meeting room there, where you see there's even more mountain dwarves. They're everywhere. They're spreading.
By God.
And Meliel's just like, excuse us, sorry, to go through the meeting room. And
Domush.
Demush says just like, Ulrich, right?
That'd be me.
Just, good. You must be on your way soon then?
Well, assuming we aren't waylaid again, yes.
And he goes, waylaid, and he looks over at the door and he's just like, they didn't give you any trouble, did they?
No, we ran into Drow on the road.
He's like, Drow? Ugh. Things have to get even more complicated. He's just like, that's too bad. I was hoping they gave you trouble, then I could probably get the Cyprians to throw them out of town.
I could understand that. It would make things a bit simpler. No, the other dwarves, I believe.
They're also mountain dwarves, but clearly they don't like each other. They had to separate them into different rooms.
It's prevalent and rampant here.
Right in this building, right here.
Separated by that very door. If we left it open too long, it would be awful.
You can see the guy that's with Demush. He's like pointing to get somewhere. He's kind of just like basically ignoring the conversation you're having, and he says to Demush, fairly, but I mean you can hear him. He says just like, "Nah, I've been past that one. The place is completely ransacked. There's no way there's anything there." And Demush is like, "Shit, now there's people in the room."
Yeah. Perhaps after this meeting we should talk. I can explain at least some of what's been going on. It might be important for you to know what has waylaid us.
Oh yeah, he's like, by all means, yes, thank you. And he's sort of like folding up a map they have spread out, just like, I can't let them see my secrets. I have dwarf secrets.
I would say, like, you might also wish to talk with Carda here. He's going to be crucial to our work.
He's like, oh, he's your archaeologist, right?
Karna
Yes.
nods and gives a little wave.
He kind of like tilts his head aside. And he's just like, strange. I had no idea.
And
You get the feeling he's probably just referring to the fact that it's weird that you're overruled. It's not like a weird animal out in the forest.
yeah.
Dogs
And,
walk on two legs.
Carter just kind of shrugs and he says, "Archaeology takes all types, right?"
I suppose you could probably sniff out quite a few secrets.
Yeah.
Emiliel is just like, step in, just like, okay, they're here. And Roderick immediately just like stands up and slams his palms on the desk, and he's just like, "You're a loose cannon, Dust." Nah, I'm kidding.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Hand in your badge.
That's all right. I'll just go find a leaf and make a new one.
So, Roderick stands up. You know, he is standing, and he's. I should go find him.
Should go find him.
I should go find Roderick. I know he's standing in the room, but I don't know where he is.
Behind the
He's
desk?
right there. Yeah, he's right there.
I see him. He's standing right there.
You can see his stats if you really want to. It doesn't really matter. It's just bam. There's because you. I mean, if you fight him, you'll just
There he
immediately
is.
die. So don't worry about knowing his stats.
Oh, he's CR10. Of course we die right away.
Yeah, he's a level 12 character.
But you know,
He could give us 2 free turns and we'd probably still lose.
it's gotta really pile on the magic missiles to take him out. His AC's not that amazing. You can definitely hit him. You wouldn't hit him very often. You could hit him. But, you know, he's a relatively important character. I feel like he deserved having the journal entry to be opened momentarily. So, he says, that's really a situation that you've gotten yourselves into. He's, like, already pacing back and forth and says, like, so do you have any idea who these drow are?
One's probably a noble. But
One's
other than that,
definitely a noble.
we have no idea. Never met them. Don't know where they're from. They're just doing really weird stuff to goblins in the forest.
Yeah,
Have you
they were
mentioned
doing-
the little figurines to anybody yet? Did you mention them to Emiliel or anything?
Yeah, I would say they do seem to be following a noble house, and he'd probably have pocketed one from like one of the males. Like they were all of them carrying these sequestered away. Some
Karna
sort
pulls
of
a bunch
Inari
of them.
worshippers.
Karna pulls a bunch of them out of his pocket and, like, you know, stands them up in a little line on the table.
But they were also performing. It was like 3 weeks ago, so I don't remember the name of the fucking ritual. But they were like literally putting like some sort of otherworldly force into an orc or something.
And he kind of like
Goblinoid.
peers an eye over at you while he's looking at one of the figurines and like moving in his hand or whatever. And he goes like, "Yeah, I've heard of that."
They were
Looks-
serving one Lady Diff, I believe they had said. She teleported away, I think.
Let's see, Lady Death, and I can open up. I have to open up Roderick. He's open.
Yeah.
He needs to do a roll.
Oh.
Too many characters, it's hard to select them.
Uh,
Oh, I've just made so much content, I can't even handle it all. What did I name this idiot? Oh, Guildmaster Roderick. I was in the R section. Clearly I have to select him. Alright, he got a really good knowledge check on that. He knows who Lady Death is.
Hooray!
That's good.
He goes,
I don't.
He says, well, that explains these. I guess she must have secretly converted quite a while ago if they were carrying them. He looks at all of you and he says, just like, so I take it, none of you know what these mean.
Well, they're
Not really.
Nope.
Inari worshippers, right?
Just, yeah, in particular, though, they'd be carrying these if they had started worshipping Inari while they were still down in the Underdark. They'd be surrounded by, Sarpa members down there. They would not get along. So they were probably pretending to be Sarpa, but they'd converted to Inari. And it says, like, not really any of our business, obviously, but... And he says just like, it's not common, I'm sure they have their reasons. It's not that Drow never do that. Says, but there must be, there's probably some big reason why they needed to leave then. Says if they're secret converts like this, that's really good news for us. And he says, like, this is a big relief to know that. It means that
Is it?
they're not here officially. Like, and he says,
Well,
just like,
yeah.
we're not going to end up in a war with the like, this is the thing I want to avoid. I don't. The thing we want to avoid here. So let's keep the most important thing in mind here. We don't want to start a war with the Kingdom of Tiv. Okay.
Well, I understand the concept of not wanting to be in war, but the thing they were doing is not exactly good.
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, and I agree. And it looks like these people are outcasts or exiles or something or other. I mean, they must be. They wouldn't be secret converts like this otherwise. Which is good. It means that fighting them shouldn't be a huge problem.
On top of them doing this ritual, they did at least know enough to block roads, because the other captive wave down there was captaining a few more men and had set up an outpost in which they were illusory guards.
And so he's just like, they've probably been operating in the area for a while then.
Seems like it. They had
Not long enough to learn the geography.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good
There was
point.
one of the goblinoids was
Hello?
carrying the fancy fucking spear. I guess one of us could have pulled it in, but like one of these things. And then of course they were doing something weird to the goblinoid with their ritual, but kinda more importantly they had a very strange object that seems to have some weird relation with the Fae.
Really
It's
big
just like-
black spear.
And he seems like, okay, this is a lot of things to handle at once. And he says, as far as the spear's concerned, that's going to be Saldana's business to figure out what to do with that.
It seems awful just to hold.
And I should mention the little Harabixi girl from downstairs. She... I
What
guess...
was her name, Bluebell?
Belvathora?
That one.
Yeah.
She bears the same insignia as the noble we brought in. So they're related somehow.
She left to go tell some people something, he says, and he's kind of...
So
Shrugging his
as to
shoulders.
stop a war, in her words.
Roderick, he sort of looks like he's a little bit like alarmed, like reeling back, just like, uh-oh, that might not be good. He's sort of thinking, he's like, no, I don't think Delvathora is going to do anything that would cause problems for us, at least not on purpose.
She definitely won't be lying to the drow. She's not good at it.
And he's sort of like cricking his neck back and forth, like, I wish you came and talked to me first. tell me what she's doing.
She saw the person we brought in and immediately started climbing through a window.
It's just like I mean, she's a Harabixi. They
I'm
just
just
use the window
saying,
because they're
She
weird.
was very much so wanting to be out of there as soon as possible.
There is one other thing. He kind of looks at Ulrich kind of for permission.
Hmm?
The stone.
What, the rock or?
The drow seemed to be after this. And
Oh yeah, I'd already mentioned it. It's.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I say it's a rock, but it's weird Marthiriad that Fae really like. We had to get Bluebell to not eat it.
We're not exactly sure what it is, but as far as we can tell, we think it might be a small part of something much bigger.
And he says, "Well, yeah, it's clearly a broken fragment of something." But
Yeah, it's
and he
something
says,
that's supposed to be a greater whole.
Don't
he's
let a
like,
Fae
once
hold
again,
it.
once again, I think Saldana's going to have to be the one to check this out, and
It seems to have some sort of compulsory effects or enchantments. I don't know who exactly it affects, but it did affect, well, Dust not as much, but definitely Bluebell.
Oh no, it definitely affected me. It's just I realized and noticed the effect right away and knew it was bad. So
Well, that's why I'm saying not as much. You were able to better counteract it. Bluebell wanted to
Well,
eat it.
in my opinion, Dust doesn't really get to have an opinion on this because he doesn't even know how to say it.
So yeah, it clearly makes them irrational.
Yeah.
More
At
so.
oh no,
moments
it
of-
makes the pixies irrational. How unusual.
See, she's still irrational.
More irrational.
I'm not irrational, you just don't know how to pronounce things.
I don't
know
care.
how to pronounce Marthiri just fine.
I wasn't talking to you, Ulrich.
You shouldn't say you and not say someone specifically.
I would like to think that Bluebell was just pointing directly in Dust's face.
Yeah, I'm not looking at you, I'm talking to Roderick.
Roderick's sort of like rolling his eyes, but he says just like, we should really get these things to Saldana. She's not going to be able to hear me even if I yell for her. Her room's silenced.
Isn't she already doing something else? The bugbear that was here?
Roderick says, this takes precedence. We'll get back to Jarek when we can.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to tell him that because he's gonna cause a problem tomorrow.
He says, he kind of like stands up straight when he says that. I'd like to see him try.
I'd like to watch that.
Jarek versus Roderick, the ultimate showdown. Bugbear battle of the century. So Meliel kind of just like creeps around everybody, just like, I'll stay out of the way. She just runs downstairs. She's
So
not
yeah,
relevant
they
anymore.
were...
Sorry, before she goes, actually. Carta does say, and Roderick, I wanted to mention, I don't think we would have been able to get any of this information were it not for Meliel. The talisman she sent us with were crucial in figuring all this out.
And Roderick kind of like looks over at you, just like
Something.
Shrudi's like, "Is that so?" And Meliel's just like looks like she's about to start making like a squee happy sound, but she manages to hold her composure and just stands there professionally.
Yeah, our initial ambush was predicated on the fact that we kind of spooked them into thinking everyone they looked at was an illusion because we sent like 4 illusions of Carta forward. Otherwise, we probably would not have won. They were definitely better than us. Like, I will hold no reservations. They were better than at least most of us at fighting.
Not better than
Hey.
me.
Hey, cut it out.
And so Roderick says, "It's like, well, I guess working with Esper was the right call. Good job, Meliel. I'm gonna have to mark that down in the records. Marking that down, or here's the records. I'm marking it down."
I'm sure she's super happy.
Yeah, I'll
Well
redo
done.
Meliel's art so she looks happier in her portrait. But she's gonna run off. She's gonna get that promotion, man. She'll show Seldana.
It's not happening. He's clearly relying on Seldana for more shit. It just happened twice in the conversation.
I will in just a moment. I just needed to get everybody into a spot for a minute.
Slowly following Roderick.
Roderick's going past. They're all folding up their maps again and everything. Just like clearly have all the dwarven secrets.
As Dust walks by, he'll say, "Dwarves have no secrets worth learning."
Jeez.
Okay.
Says
No,
the guy who's gonna go explore the dwarven ruins for secrets.
I'm not looking for
To my
secrets.
employer.
I'm looking for something strong to fight.
Could you not be
Looking
a
for
shithead to
secrets
my
is
business
Carter's
partner?
job.
So
Yeah,
unnecessary.
just to make sure that Dust heard, just like it, Ulrich said, just like, could you not be a shit into my business partner? Like, to steer clear that they are business partners.
I'm gonna have to explain that. Well, no, I won't. It'll be real easy to explain. He talks with the goddamn sword, clearly.
Alright, so which thing do you want to show her first, the spear or the shard?
The
Spear,
spear.
she'll probably be able to get a concrete answer, so probably the spear.
In ascending
shard,
order of
like-
importance.
Yeah, the shard, I'm really just expecting it's a fragment of something. Got that. We got that. We know.
But the spear, it drives a man insane.
I mean, the shard did that. Well, the shard could do that too.
Yeah, but the spear does it to everybody. The shard does it to Faye.
Yeah.
So, the, as soon as Seldana sees the spear, are you, like, unfurling it like some, like, cloth you wrapped it in or whatever? I forget what you did with it.
Yeah, we wrapped
Yeah,
it. We
I
wrapped
think
it.
we wrapped it. Like, probably just unfurl, like, the head of the sphere to be like, hey, yeah, it's this thing we shouldn't touch.
So she says just like, oh, that's sooner than expected. And she's just like, you can just, like, set it against the wall, I'll get to it.
Sooner than expected.
And,
Sure.
so she kind of, like, looks at all of you, and she's like, is this not the one that I ordered?
No.
It was
No.
in the hands of goblinoids, so unless they were your delivery people, probably not.
She
Though
says,
they did also knock over a cart, so presumably they took it from that.
so she says just like, oh, well,
It
that's
might
a
be
strange series of circumstances. I suppose I don't care if it's the one that was delivered or not. I just needed one either way.
Best case scenario, you end up with two.
Can you explain exactly what it
Yeah,
is?
what are these?
So she says, well, I mean, these are fell shards. I'm sure that it must have been used for the stupid ritual.
Mhm.
Yeah, there was an orc holding it, and he was killing all his orc buddies.
Well,
Uh,
yeah.
She kind of like rolls her eyes. She's like, well, no great loss there.
It was very helpful because we would not have been able to fight all of them.
The other thing we wanted to show you was this, and he'll come up and place the shard down on the table.
I was like, I thought I was holding that. What the hell?
I wanted the hit point.
It's on
There's
my thing.
It's magical. It moves between
Oh,
people.
yeah.
Whoever
Oh,
thinks
yeah.
they have it has it.
Well, then, yeah, I was just like, oh, yeah, okay. The most we were really able to tell was that it's something splintered, part of a greater whole. Whatever it was, the drow wanted it.
Yes.
She'll take it from you and examine it, and she does not immediately eat it. So she's looking at it. She's like,
It has
It seems like it's-
compulsions on it.
Marthiriad, and then she's like, no, it's maybe.
It's some sort of weird Marthiri. It makes Faye want to put it in their mouth.
So she definitely is casting some kind of like detect magic kind of spell, although she appears to be using an item to cast it. And she's looking at it and she's just like, huh. And then you see her kind of like look towards like the walls and then the door and then back at it again. And then she's like looking around again. She's just like, well, it's faint. And she says just like, it's not clear exactly, but I think the whatever is enchanting this, the enchantment is still connected to the other pieces.
Interesting.
So if you have
Do you
one
think
piece,
you could
can use
locate
it to
one
find the
piece
other
if you
pieces.
had another?
Sorry, everybody talked at once. Nick
We-
first?
We had the same thought.
Do you think you could use one piece to locate another?
She says, theoretically, maybe. Somebody would have to probably come up with a method to do that. That would, like, if you wanted to do that, would literally take, like, research, spellcraft checks or something or other.
Yeah.
You have
We-
any idea what these pieces might do when they come together?
She says just like, not with this small of a piece, and she says like, it's very unusual though. Like, I think it's just part of a broken magic item, but there's something about this material. I don't know what this is. And she kind of like sits back and like just crosses her arms for a second, looking at it while it's like sitting on the desk, and just like, it seems almost alive.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It is the case that it was an orc or it was like a goblinoid that had it, and the drow were there because they knew that the goblinoids would have it. Like, that's how it was, right? One of the goblinoids had it, and the drow were there because they knew they had it. They just didn't know who specifically had it. I
And
believe.
what's that, Carta?
We suspect that if there is a way to use one piece to track down the others, the drow might already be aware of how to do it.
They also might be aware of what it is if they're looking so strongly for it, because, well, I think they were benefiting off of the splinter thing, or whatever, the spear. That wasn't their main thing. They were just using that to clear goblinoids.
And she says just like, yeah, that sounds likely. And then Roderick kind of quickly adds in just like, the drow, by the way, were Anari converts. And Seldana then, she sort of like, it looks like she's pondering that for a second.
Following one Lady Death.
And
That means anything.
Roderick says just like, I know that's probably referring to Faunadith. I've heard I've actually gotten news about her recently, that there was some kind of problem in the kingdom of Tiv. She was a relatively important priestess down there. Just I've never met her, I don't know her, but there was some kind of conflict down there, something about bloodlines and heirs or something like that, and she was on the losing side, I guess, and had to leave.
Sounds positively drow.
And he says, like, but from what I know of Lady Death, she's pretty level-headed. She doesn't seem like someone who would be randomly attacking people on the road.
Well, I believe she was the one who gave the order to attack the illusion of Carta, and then she immediately left.
Just like, well, that's unfortunate.
And Garda says we did kind of surprise them.
We'll also notice that whoever the voice was that left sounded like younger and like there was a note you sent me.
Oh, yeah.
So that like if Google probably mentioned it probably wasn't Lady Death.
Okay, so yeah, Ravenna's saying that Bluebell would mention that she doesn't think that whoever the other voice was Lady Death because the voice sounded really young to her.
Maybe she just got stupid.
It's true. She did seem impetuous. if you think the person you're thinking of is level-headed, it probably wasn't the same person.
Yeah, I mean,
Sort of like, kind of.
Literally start moving.
Oh.
Just trying to keep Luna busy with something so that she won't get in the way with this, so she's just like having a little shower, and I guess she fell over. Just hold a moment. And got covered by a towel with their poop in the water. How could this happen? I think she'll live. I guess it wasn't that bad. She's mostly just surprised. Okay. So, Carta, what was the last thing that you just said?
He was saying that the person who was speaking seemed impetuous. So if you're characterizing this woman as level-headed, it probably wasn't her. And then he puts on his best drow voice and he says, "Damn it! I wanted to watch this. Whatever. Kill them. I'm leaving."
Roderick Nazi goes, and he goes like, "Oh, I think I do remember that reminds me something. It was something about Lady Dith's daughter. It was why they had to leave. So maybe
I
that's
guess
who
that
was.
would be another Lady Diff.
The only other thing I can remember from the encounter is they seemed strangely willing to believe that Bluebell was helping them. I think if there are Inari worshippers, I suppose it makes some sense.
We had to do a very awkward form of diplomacy, read lying to them, by the fact that I was the only one who could speak to them, but I had to act as enthralled.
It's possible they're working with the Fae to track down these shards in some way.
Yes. It wouldn't be surprised considering the Fae do seem to care very much so for the shards.
And he kind of like looks to Bluebell and Dustin's just like, and you two haven't heard anything about this? Bluebell said no. He's like, this must be some kind of recent thing then. So it's just like, I don't like this. There's a lot of information we don't have here. I feel like whoever these drow are, we're not supposed to be fighting them. I don't want to end up getting in a conflict with Amari.
We got two of them down in the basement that once they recover from their injuries, you can interrogate them if you wish.
They could probably shed some light. I mean,
Okay.
I figure drow are pretty tight-lipped, so I don't know how much they're going to really talk to you, but...
I'm back,
I
sorry.
feel like we'd have more luck waiting for Delathor to come back.
It would
Everything
very
is
much so
different
be
now.
easier to wring information out of her. She is not a liar.
But what's the likelihood she knows about the shards themselves rather than like just knowing one drow?
Pretty
I mean,
unlikely.
Probably not much.
Delathor might be our best avenue to some kind of actual talk, I guess.
Urabixi are generally pretty well respected, and if she's able to wear the emblem, she might be important.
Maybe. Oh god.
Sildana kind of like gives a scoff. She's like, no, the Drow treat their Harabixi kids like pets.
Hmm.
They
I
love
believe
them, but
that
they're not
is
important.
very well for Drow.
It's just like, yeah, but I mean, they're not important. They're not going to tell him anything.
Yeah.
Well, these Drow are clearly different from other Drow. They're Inari converts.
Fair enough, he says.
Well, do you expect? I guess it doesn't seem likely they'll be willing to let stand that we have one of their nobles. Do you think they'll try to attack or try to actually engage us with diplomacy first?
Sildana kind of just like shakes her head, just like diplomacy, yeah, right. But Roderick says just like, I would imagine that Lady Dith, the elder, would engage in diplomacy with us over the situation, given that it's not like you've massacred all over people.
Nah, we only killed one.
It says it sounds like that this was just an unfortunate, coincidence that you bumped into a group of them at the wrong time. We don't necessarily need to be in a conflict with these people.
Yeah.
I don't think any of you did the wrong thing. It sounds like you were investigating a situation as adventurers should. It's just unfortunate things turned out this way. And he says, I don't think that we're going to have a very good way of contacting somebody like Lady Dith, although he sort of like, if that's what Delvathor is doing right now, that might already be what we want her to be doing.
That was my thought.
But he says also, but at the same time, the Drow are not going to let us hold on to a noble. And he says, just like, I'm not really sure exactly what to do with her. They're likely to attack anyone who tries to bring her to them, if we haven't spoken first yet, but they're likely to come after her otherwise. And Sildana kind of adds into to what Roderick's saying, just like, they're probably just going to kill her if they get the chance. And, which might sound kind of surprising to some of you, but Roderick kind of just nods.
To keep her from talking to us, you mean?
Roderick kind of shakes his head. He's like, no, with the Drow, it's not that big of a deal to have one of their nobles die, but to have one of their nobles, a female noble, a captive of a surface kingdom, that's way too big of an embarrassment for them to handle. And he says it's like, it makes sense. I mean, Mendebalda and the guild here is pretty well defended. It would be pretty difficult for them to actually free somebody like her. They might just try to assassinate her.
I mean, it sounds like... Well, I mean, it doesn't really sound like there's a way to really handle this. I guess, like, do we care if she lives? I guess I'd prefer not seeing the end of life.
So he says, just like, he says, I don't really want to go with that option, but it probably would prevent the conflict if we just killed her and then tossed her out of the city, so they found her.
I think we should wait for Delvathora before we make any other decisions.
Perhaps her speaking on her behalf may lend to things playing out in a particularly un-Drow-like way.
So I'm gonna say that at this point, the players can just kind of like generally, it doesn't have to be like a specific person's given decision, can decide that you don't have a good way to contact the Drow right now. You can like wait on Delvathor to do whatever she's doing. You don't have a good way to contact them. You could do something like try to just head out of the town with the Drow noble Karista and hope you can hand them off to Drow. It seems like Sildana and Roderick both think that likely whoever sees you with her is just going to attack you immediately without talking to you.
Yeah.
Pretty common for the drow to do that anyway. You're probably just going to get ambushed again, right? If you do that, like, you're welcome to try and lose Carissa that way and risk maybe getting all killed. You could do that. Like, he won't stop you. But
Yeah.
that sounds pretty risky. But other than that, like, what you'd want to do as far as like Roderick says, like, the drow are probably gonna come after her, and we're probably going to have to just deal with that somewhere. Like, the other option is just to leave her out of town somewhere and just hope they find her. But like, anything could happen to her at that point. They could still end up blaming the Cyprians, right?
Yeah.
So
I think we hunker down and wait for Delvathora. There's just like too much unknowns, and she's our only point of contact.
I don't know if it would be worth trying to talk to our errant noble in this time frame, but I don't know. She might be able to provide some more insight.
Roderick says, like, yeah, we might as well talk to her.
Ow.
Yay, we're going down to the basement.
It's time to move people to the basement.
There.
Go into the basement. Gotta beat up a drow.
Oh, and does Saldana give the shard back when she's done with it?
Yes, she does not try to hold on to it.
Okay, good.
Seems to recognize it's something of a lot of importance, but she doesn't seem to, you know. Yeah. Roderick is of the opinion about the shard that, that he doesn't want to get in the way of whatever the Fae are doing with it. He seems to be in the, because the Adventurers Guild is very particular. But like, the biggest goal of the Adventurers Guild is to be able to continue being international and operate everywhere. So they cannot get involved in any kind of conflicts like that. They can't get in conflicts between any kind of like official bodies. They can only get in conflicts with criminals.
Yeah.
Or they don't get to be international anymore.
Mm.
So like even if it comes across as kind of just like, well, that seems like cowardly, weak-willed, whatever. It's just like, it's just, that's not the adventurer's job to get in a conflict like this. Like right now, his main thing is going to be weather the storm, learn information, don't be aggressive, don't be hostile, don't go out like looking for drow to get in a fight with. Like just do nothing until we know more things, so we don't start a war.
Yeah.
We got lucky last time. Like, we're not gonna look for fights.
We're supposed to be
Yeah.
looking for zombies anyway.
Not
And
Drow.
really, I don't think we've ever let any of them get away, unless they had like people watching from afar. It is the case that hopefully, somewhat, somehow, this has been contained. But they also did set up that checkpoint, so maybe they have some other way of keeping an eye on them.
So Roderick kind of says, just like, you know, I'm sure they've probably been following you the whole way here. They're probably already spying on us. Like, they might be listening in with something right now. Who knows? And says, just like, I'd imagine they're planning something. It's just like, I mean, he says, just like, it's the drow. Like, they're planning something.
I don't want to be on the end of a drow plot. I don't want that. It's perhaps the last thing that could possibly be good for my health.
And he says, just like, I'm not really sure exactly what to do with the group with you, and I'm not sure how much I want to risk other adventurers to get them involved in a conflict that could become something that's outside of the scope of our guild. He says, obviously, your group can be here, no problem, because you're already wrapped up in this. Because that's not going to make anything any worse. But he says, we have to minimize the guild's interaction with the drow until we can be sure that they're not part of some legitimate operation.
Right.
Which he says, which unfortunately is going to, I mean, you're adventurers, you signed up for this kind of thing, I guess. It's probably going to end up risking us, like, you know, he's gonna, like Saldana, whatever, and your group, to a fairly significant degree,
She says, I can have like soldiers and staff here, but he says just like I can't ask the other adventure groups to get involved in a situation that might become some kind of international incident. But he says, but some of them might stay anyway, though. And he says, it's like, I can't offer money for it, though, or that's going to really be a problem.
Yeah.
Contract for attacking official agents of Kingdom of Tiv? No, we're not doing that. Anyway, so, yeah. It's possible to get in here. We wash these drow. Not the drow washer. That's Saldana's job, not Meliel. Definitely Meliel washed the drow. They are washed, but Meliel did it.
Oh, okay.
So,
Which one are you healing to wake up?
oh, the one down here is the one that's the noble. Which they're crowding most of them. But they'll if you think it would be more useful to wake up the non-noble one, you can.
Maybe later.
So you can ask her if her boobs want to go on a date with you.
Yeah.
Let's see who's got something to heal with. I'm sure that Roderick or Saldana either have literally anything at all that doesn't need out of healing, right? I wouldn't have had both their characters as 0 healing. Got detect poison. A bolt with large scorpion venom on it. Do you think that's going to help Karista?
Maybe.
They've got such expensive potions. I don't know if you want to give her that many hit points. Well, all they've got is potions of cure serious wounds to heal her with, so if you guys want to heal her with something that doesn't give her that many hit points, you can do that.
Will they trade my potion of cure light wounds for one of their potions of cure serious wounds?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Roderick's pretty nice and generous. You have to just make like a DC 5 diplomacy check.
All right,
And be like,
I'll
"Ah,
do
fine."
this. Okay, here, Carta will pull a cure light wounds potion from his bag and offer it over, and just tell Roderick, "You owe me one," and give him a wink.
You going to roll diplomacy?
Well, fine. I can diplomatize. Whoa!
Damn. Because I mean, I can't avoid it at this point if you do it in that situation. You see him kind of like raise his lizardy eyebrows a little bit, and he's just like, "Yeah, I do." He takes the cure light wound potion and feeds it to Krista.
Carta looks like stunned for a moment. He's not sure what just happened exactly.
Maximum accidental flirt. Alright, Karista got a whole 3 hit points. No longer dying. Probably prone, though. Did people, like, tie her up or whatever? Is she still tied up?
You should be handcuffed, yeah.
Yeah, she should still be bound.
Say, pinned. She maybe could still walk, but she's pinned. Is Blue Elle just hanging out in the doorway?
There's
So
a
she-
very possibility.
She comes to, but she's just like, you know, still kind of like delirious, and she's just, and then it's a sharper expression to see all of you laying there, and tries to budge a little bit. And she's just like, "What the hell?" Like, you know, you, and she's like, obviously pissed off at all of you, like having knocked her out, just like,
She wouldn't remember.
She got knocked out by all of you. She knows she got knocked out by you.
I think
Yeah.
Modify memory?
Dust did a
Oh,
whole
right.
lot of the knocking people down part.
Yeah, the modify memory. So, yeah, she doesn't remember any of you at all. I
Sorry
forgot
about that. Got called away a moment.
I remember now. Yeah, Bluebell correct.
Yes,
She's
I
just
am.
like, she sort of just like seems like very concerned and confused. Just like, the hell am I? She doesn't even remember having gotten in a fight with you guys.
You're welcome.
The fight was short enough that her modify memory could completely erase it. It's not a very short. It's a very short-term modify memory, but it's enough to cover that because that encounter was so short.
Fights are short.
It was on her whole throne.
Oh, one thing I did want to do is the door to this room locked, or can it be locked?
Typically, yeah. I mean, you could lock it if you want to. There's multiple doors. There's this one there that could be locked, and there's that one there. Or they could also.
More
be
the
locked.
outside door I'm concerned about, but yeah. I just want to make sure that's locked.
Just make sure she can't get away.
Well, make sure someone doesn't get in is my actual
Yeah.
concern.
You can be reasonably sure that if the drow are going to attack, they're not going to do it during the day when they can't see.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, but it's dark in this dang old crypt.
That's true.
But maybe that's exactly what they want us to think.
Drow have an enormous advantage fighting at night because they can see twice as far as everybody else, even that has dark vision. So
They can actually use ranged attacks.
they will basically
Go
always
crazy with it.
be able to see you while you can't see them, which is not a great position to be in. Yeah, I mean, she's just very confused. People can ask her whatever they want. Or if you want to let Roderick and Sildana ask her things.
I'm trying to think what the best thing to ask her would be.
Might be good to just start with what's the last thing you remember.
Fair enough.
She kind of opens her mouth a little bit like she's going to say something, and then closes it again like she has decided not to.
And Carta says, to give you a little refresher, you were chasing down a shard of altered Marthiriad.
She definitely perks up at you saying that. She seems to recognize what that is, but she doesn't say anything.
And he says, your group was sent to waylay adventurers coming into Mendabalda. Was your mission to get the shard, or to rescue the drow that had been kidnapped? Or
She
been
was with
taken?
the first group, so definitely not the second one.
Oh shit, sorry.
She was the drow that was kidnapped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, my bad.
We're the ones who did the kidnapping on her.
Yes.
We are willing to release you back to your people, but we have to know what exactly the shard does, and if it's a danger if there are more out there.
She says, I don't know who you people are, but I'm not telling you anything.
There's probably so many drow who've said that.
I
A
guess.
huge amount.
The only safe thing would be to destroy the shard then. Nobody gets it.
Let's not do that.
She doesn't
We're
seem
not-
particularly concerned about that. She doesn't seem to be like, oh no, don't destroy it. She just doesn't really react to it.
Alright, sounds like it can't be destroyed then. On to the next thing.
Well, we'll just have Dusk eat it. Problem solved.
I don't think I want to. I don't know what it would do to me.
Oh, so it's fine if he eats it, but not if I do? Jesus Christ, you guys are stupid.
Fine, then Bluebell can eat it.
Okay, thank
I
you.
mean, like, Elivalon Christ, you guys are stupid.
Sorry, yes. Wait, no.
Aaron Ray Christ.
Hold on.
Who would you even say? Yeah, maybe
Oh God, what would Bluebell say?
she would say Saren Ray Christ, probably.
I mean, is Christ? I don't think she would say Christ though, because like Christ probably isn't even a concept, right?
No, it's not. I mean, but Saren Ray. I mean, she's literally Dawnflower bloodline. Like, she knows the name Saren Ray. It's not an unknown name. Most people don't know who Saren Ray is, but somebody that's literally
Yeah.
in the bloodline probably does.
I don't know.
Does she have any particular reaction to the idea of feeding it to one of the Fae?
You don't really see much of a reaction from her about that at all. You're not even sure if she, like, knows what that would do or mean or anything.
Okay. I mean, well, that's good information too.
Speaking of the Fae, are you working with them on this?
And she kind of like, not repeating herself exactly before, but just saying, just like, I'm not talking to you.
I mean, I suppose that's as good as anything. Like, I don't think it's going to ensure your safety. You know your people better than we do. They'll just assume you spoke.
So she does look very concerned when you say that, although that's probably going to take some kind of check to get like a real reaction of her. Any of you could make it. Whatever check you think would work for that. And Intimidate probably makes sense, I think, actually.
I can't find my own sheet. I opened up too many.
I'm actually trained in Intimidate. Yeah.
Anybody can do it.
Sorry. I don't have Intimidate specifically. I think that's
Enough
the one
Intimidate probably is enough, because the Intimidate DCs are not that high, although she does have good charisma. It's relatively high level. I have to actually check.
Try to aid Dust, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would aid Dust since I was taking a bit of the lead on speaking. I can probably hit a 10. Yeah, see?
Oh, also aid? Oh. What would...
Bluebell's like, oh, you're gonna get it!
I wonder what Bluebell intimidating would even be. Like, what is she gonna do?
I'm not going to ruin this moment by trying to participate in it with my negative Intimidate score.
Do it, it'd be funny.
Bluebell would have to, just...
If you want to intimidate her, just, like, open your mouth real wide and then just, like, lean over her.
Should still roll because it'd be funny.
Okay, fine.
It'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't
I
hurt.
got it. I
You didn't make it
intimidate
worse.
it.
Almost
Wisdom
had
modifier based, so it's actually, your DC's probably actually not that high.
Intimidate.
Charisma, Magus, Elder Scion, whatever.
Oh, you
Her
did
wisdom is
intimidate.
terrible!
Why would she need any?
Arda does not have that wild man in him anymore. He's not that intimidating. He's too
been
civilized.
absolutely cowed by Jaraka and Jaraka.
So that's 25. I think because her wisdom is so bad, it's actually bringing down the DC, not making it go up. That means you beat it by a lot, by like 2 steps, I think. She's super extra mega intimidated. I think that's pretty much putting her at the point where she's going to be in responding as if helpful for the time being.
Nice.
So she kind of just like sits there just like,
No,
they are probably just gonna kill me, aren't they?
I mean,
If we can't find a way to get you back to them safely.
someone here recognized you, and it seems like she's trying to speak on your behalf. So hopefully, this can be arranged better, but that does need cooperation.
So she looks very concerned, actually. Like looks like she's sort of considering some things in her head. She's like, who? What? Who? Like, who recognized her? Who did you say?
Ahara
Bixie. She bore your crest. He would point specifically at, like, the
And
crest.
so she sort of thinks from she's just like Dilvathora.
And he looks at Bluebell, still having not like. I remember the name. He doesn't.
Bluebell nods.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Delva, whatever.
She says that's probably good. She wouldn't go to Chessie.
What?
Guess who?
So she's kind of in more of a helpful mood now, just because she's recognizing that she's going to need to be helpful, or she's definitely going to die. So the intimidate
It
works
is
very
also
well
the
for
case that we are not trying to mess with her. Like, this isn't torture or nothing. It's just like, yeah, you're in a jail cell, but if you weren't, you'd run. So.
So she says she's kind of like raising her hands up and or trying to, but they're manacled, and she seems like kind of very concerned. She's just like, she says, if Delvathora is going to go speak to the priestess, then that might resolve things, but it might be too late by then. She kind of like shakes her head, and she says, I was with Chessie. If she thinks that I'm gonna talk, or she thinks that I've failed her or some stupid thing like that, idiot girl. She says she's going to attack, and she says, I don't know what happened. I don't know how you got hold of me. I don't know what's going on, but she's going to attack you, and she's going to attack me.
It is the case that she, and I point to the other drow, has already sent people to impersonate guardsmanship. They had a checkpoint waiting for us.
And
that didn't work out well.
She just looks like really annoyed, and she's just like, of course, she just like rushed into something stupid and impulsive like that again.
At some point, and I'm not too familiar with drow culture, this will reflect worse on her for the continuous failings to kill you, I'd imagine.
So she kind of gives you a really dire look, and she says she's going to kill everybody involved if she can to cover up everything that she's done to screw up here. I've seen her do it before, she'll do it again.
Alright, then we need a contingency.
I'm perfectly fine sitting here for as long as it takes for this to blow over. Like...
And so, she looks like especially concerned, and she looks like she doesn't want to say something, but she's just like, I have to, and she's like, it's like, I shouldn't be telling you about this, but I might have to, and says it's like, Chessie has most of the priestess's forces with her. The priestess is further away. Chessie will be able to get here with the bulk of the priestess's forces before she can stop it.
Is there any way that you could send a message to the priestess quickly? Magic?
Let's see, does she have anything that would do that? Character sheet, I should look at it. It's a really weird set of spells. Not look like she has anything that would message others.
Well, yes, but if she could use a scroll, I'm sure we could produce a scroll of sending. Right? And he looks at the guild people who are much more rich than him.
Soldana could get a scroll of sending. It's to avoid a horrible attack, war, whatever. So that's actually a really good idea. That's gonna make a pretty big difference in some stuff in an interesting way. So
This
the
instant's pretty fast, I would say.
yeah. So Saldana is just going to rushing, just like, yeah, we're probably gonna want to handle this as soon as possible. Rushes and comes back down, and she does have a scroll of sending, and they would definitely have a few of those. And
if it helps, we could explain a bit of what happened. I mean, I do believe you're under bluebells of spells, or what? The dust? Was it?
oh, do you want to explain to her how you ended up fighting her?
Yes.
So, if you do
This
explain
is-
that to her, then she's just gonna be.
I will
Way
say,
more.
it was the case that presumably this Jessie, because you were with one Lady Diff, had commanded you kill an illusion.
So basically, if it's gonna be hard for me to speak out the entire thing, I guess. So I just want to the way I want to put it is that Karista, given the information of how the encounter went down, will just very vehemently be telling everyone, Jessie is going to kill every single person that's seen me, and me.
It is the case, however, that she has left before. Well, she didn't see us. Well, that's not true. She saw Carda, an image of him, which is not good, of course.
And Carta says, which is why I would really like to get this all settled, because I don't want to be looking over my shoulder forever.
However, we have dealt with just about everyone that was there. If they had people watching from afar, that of course complicates things, but everyone that was there, well, the other one with you we weren't able to dispatch without killing. The others, however, are all alive.
She looks kind of
Or
like
not.
upset and hurt at hearing that the other one that was with her died, but she kind of just grits her teeth and she's just like, stupid child. She seems to be blaming Jessie for that happening. So Karista will also specify, I guess she would give up what she knows, a bit that she knows about Jessie, because she really wants to help and not die. And she says she's very dangerous. She's an impulsive idiot, and her powers got in her head, but it's very real. And she says she's not an easy person to counter.
Yes. And I would like to note, most of our encounter was dictated, I would say, mostly on blind luck and the fact that there were only two of you. The other one was a bit more dangerous, and that was complete luck. We're not crack-shot adventurers. By all means, your thing should have gone along without a hitch.
She says just, kind of just like it's all just water under the subterranean bridge now. All that she seems to be very focused on, if we're going to stay alive, we need to do the best, the best we can to plan for that Jessie's probably going to attack and probably tonight.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, though, is we are not any sort of warriors in this. I'm sure Dust is very happy to hear that someone's gunning for his life.
Oh hell yeah,
This
brother!
So basically, the way that this will play out is that the fight would be bigger than your group would reasonably handle. There's no point in me running a giant battle with a bunch of other NPCs that aren't you involved in it, assuming things go that way. So it's gonna be your group is somewhere, people have to be defending or waiting or hidden in places. Your group will be somewhere and get into a fight, and if that gets concluded, you could move to another one.
I'd just be
help with
sitting
it
at a
and stuff.
window doing my fucking performance to give everyone a fight. Assuming there's not a better bard.
Carta says, what do you think Chessie's actual priority is? Would it be silencing us or getting back the shard?
Saving face, I'd imagine, right?
She says just like the important thing to her is going to be making sure that no one can
Link her to this.
No, I'm trying to. Sorry, my brain's failing. There's no one alive to claim otherwise when she makes up whatever story she's going to tell to her mother.
Okay.
Well, then clearly telling her mother the actual story would be the best way to get her to stand down, yes?
And yeah, like, she agrees that, like, getting Lady, like, Chessie's, she doesn't think that Chessie's going to actually go against Lady Death, and Lady Death is there. But she, like, breaks the rules and doesn't follow orders all the time. Like, her mother just telling her not to do something from a distance is not going to change anything.
So...
Is there a way to keep in constant access or constant contact with someone to make it clear that she's not following these rules?
She's not following what rules?
I mean, anything. I mean, I imagine it can't possibly be helpful if she's so, well, yes.
So Karista will explain just like it's complicated, it's ridiculous, and just like, and even I myself had the wool pulled over my eyes, the underground subterranean wool pulled over her eyes, you know, about that stupid girl until I actually had to be her bodyguard.
Right.
It's just the drow treat her like a prophet. Okay, they don't know what she's really like, and she can tell them whatever she wants if she can just kill everyone.
How many people does she have at her call?
And she kind of like, you know, thinks like she's counting for a moment. She says like, of soldiers that would be close enough to be able to aid her, there could be 80 of them.
Now, and this one might be asking a lot, are there pressing problems that we could create for the drow that are close enough to be called upon that would necessitate they can't be called upon?
She says, if you could get... She kind of like, you know, perks up. She's like, if you could get groups that aren't with Chessie, if you could get them sent orders, and she says, I might even be able to send them orders. And she's like, if you'd let me, and she's like, seeing like the manacles on or whatever. If they got orders from Lady Dith herself, and Chessie wasn't there, you know, to countermand them or whatever, then they might just leave. And she says, you're not going to be able to get everybody to leave like that, but you might be able to get some of them to leave.
Of course. I mean, I'm not the one in power here. I look, I guess, towards, like, Roderick, and I guess Saldana's, like, probably gone to this one, like, is there a...
Sure, yeah. Roderick says, that it's probably a pretty good plan to have Karista at least just get rid of one group, so they're just not there.
Yeah, I don't know... There are spells to send messages. I'm sure you guys have your own specific ways in which you do so, but this is all clearly about time management. If we draft up a bunch of letters and then, send animal messengers or however it's normally sent between your people, like couriers, I think would take too long.
So she says, just like, the problem is that I'm not sure exactly where they are for sending a message to them, and if I approach them, they're probably just going to kill me.
Yes.
But if you're able to get any of them any kind of false orders from Lady Death to immediately leave, urgent reason she's in danger, that would be the thing. she'll specify just make sure to indicate she's in urgent danger, and they will prioritize going back to her over following Chessie's fool errand.
Well, I suppose we could, if you could draft up letters to that letter, to that notion, we could try and, I guess,
She'll do her best forgery.
Yeah, we can see if people have seen Drow and try and get messages to them that way. Like, we've only been on the road around here for half a day before we ran into you, so it seems like it's not unreasonable to run into you guys.
So she says that that she can probably manage to send like animal messengers or something like that to a couple of people that are Drow that she'd be able to give good enough orders to the animal to like actually make it to them. And that the people with them, assuming they're not also with Chessie, she might be able to get them ordered to leave. So basically, this is going to be a check that she'll make that'll be would be like a bluff check, I guess. She has really good charisma.
I guess I'd offer to help with like tangential information. Like, they're not surfacers, so they do mess up. Like, they had messed up the country they were supposed to be representing. I can theoretically make this sound more believable with current events that are occurring that may happen. I don't know where your Lady Dith is, but if you do know what region she's at, I can conjure, or at least think up current events that could reasonably be hampering her. I'm sure. There's always something going on.
Carista says just like, oh no, I can think of something that they would believe that she'd be in danger from.
Well,
You
yeah.
don't need to know details.
I'm not trying to ask details, I'm more so saying, like, there have been the cases where Drow have messed up on certain aspects. I could give it a once-over in the case that, like, something would matter, but I guess it's Drow communicating to Drow, so if they mess something up on the surface, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So,
She'll let you attempt at 8 or whatever like that, I guess.
yeah.
But she seems to have a pretty good idea as to what message that she would send already.
I mean, she's a noble herself, but it's just along the lines of like, I've forged a few letters, so I might as well make it. I've had to forge a few letters of late, so I'm in the mindset.
So, Carta says, I also think we need a contingency for if she gets here, how to get her to stand down. And he says, you mentioned animal messengers, and I think that might be a good idea. If we can get rangers and druids from the guild set up to send animal messengers out, we can get a whole cloud of them going in different directions. We can tell her that we're going to tell everybody what happened here.
Is there... And I know you can't reveal too many details. I assume if someone quite so important as Lady Dith's daughter has been left behind, there is something that she's doing here. Could we possibly, I don't know, send word on something relating to that with either some sort of breakthrough that she'd be forced to follow through on, or say that somehow more people have been, like, because I don't know the nature of it, like, something that somehow surfacers have interacted with in a way that's unfavorable that would cause her to pull away even more so than this narrative she'd want to spin.
Krista doesn't seem like she thinks that's that likely to work. She's like, I mean, like, you can try.
I mean, it's really the option of, we're not gonna get a single precise kill shot, we might as well rain arrows on them. In terms of avenues by which we can get out of this.
She says that thinks it's doubtful you're going to be able to convince the entire force, like Chessie, to stop the entire force. Like, you're not going to be able to get them to stand down. She says that, like, doesn't think there's any chance that Chessie's going to do anything other than just act like a big dumb hammer like she always does.
Right.
And it is like, and what I guess she. I want to specify that like mechanically, basically, what she's already able to do is making bluff checks against various groups of drow, against the leader of the group, that would make them just literally like disappear from the battle before it even
Yeah.
starts.
I guess on that front, then, that he's just like, well, if we can only settle for having specific groups be gone so that they cannot be called upon, then that's for the best. She's experiencing the same problem we have. She can only be one place at a time, presumably. So
Callista will specify that if a fight starts, if she, comes to this place and attacks it, the most important thing is going to be to figure out where she is. If you can get her to retreat, then everyone else is going to go with her.
right.
And she says, but that might be difficult given her powers.
Carta, she had a perfume, didn't she?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Gent, baby.
She's impetuous enough to wear a perfume to an all-out assassination, right? Stupid enough to do that, probably. I'm sure you
Just
could probably pinpoint her.
Just not. She's a complete buffoon.
All right.
I know that, it's not a perfect plan, but I think, there are spells that could approximate, well, not your nose, but, heightened scent that could be a consistent way if we're having adventurers on the lookout for this to, better understand where she is so that efforts can be focused on her.
What about the civilians? I'd like them not to be involved. Obviously, if we can help it, is there somewhere in town we can stash them for safekeeping?
I mean, theoretically we could. We'd just have to be bait. That'd be awful.
Roderick says that, I agree that we want to keep as many people out of this conflict as possible. He says there's probably some other places that we could hole up and wait for the drow to attack that wouldn't get the town involved. I would prefer that.
Yeah.
Even if we're telling people to clear out of this area, who knows who the drow are going to decide to slit the throats of on their way in, right?
Yeah.
And he says just like, there are, barracks buildings or forts, towers. There's places around here we could use the defensive positions if that's what you want to do.
Carta kind of scratches at his chin, and he says, if possible, I'd almost like the place to be a ghost town when they arrive.
I know that we couldn't, get the entire city, but maybe the block around this place, or...
Roderick says that, he's pretty sure he can get the block cleared out, no problem. Pretty convincing, hey, the drow are gonna come murder you.
Yeah.
And the guild, the Adventurers Guild Hall is pretty close to the edge of the city, so it's not like they're gonna have to come through an entire city to get to you or anything.
Yeah.
But, basically, I'm leaving it to the players what you want to go with. You're totally welcome to use this place as the defensive position and clear out the area, and people will leave, and that is fine.
I think it would probably be for the best to use this place as a staging ground, and if we can get people out of the way around here, and it's close to the edge of the city, it does serve our purposes as best, rather than trying to find a better spot.
Because the ideal is that the drow are trying to fight their way into a fortified position, and then we can, make a strike against the leader directly.
Yeah, figure out where she is.
Yeah.
So
we would have to be
probably
outside.
be a ghost. It'd be a ghost town, save for the people that can probably sniff her out, because I figure that's going to be one of the best ways to find her.
Yeah, the guild would basically be an active fortress, and then Like we would be outside somewhere, laying low, like waiting to catch her scent.
I am like so glad you remembered the perfume thing to use that to identify her, because that was one of the few things that's a way that you actually could find her, because she's really hard to detect. Definitely bonus XP for that.
Bugbears get a scent.
Can we get Jarek to help?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. if you give him what he wants and fucking fastball his shit or whatever, like, might as well. His first job can express B, fight drow.
Roderick says he's perfectly happy to get Jarek involved in this because he's not an official member of the guild yet, and so it would not really be an issue. He's got low light vision, he does not have scent.
Okay.
What's it, Goblinoids almost have like a very different track down how their noses be good. Like, they're just immune to a lot of, like, inhaled or smell related things.
Yeah, I don't think they have... They can't get scent and all, right? Like, as far as I can tell. Yeah.
If we were...
the standard Goblinoid sapropore thing.
Yeah.
If we were to set up braziers and stuff like that to, like, light up the town particularly well at night, would that be of help, or would they just get put out immediately?
Clerics could probably put up sunlight around as well.
It would be very helpful to do that. Like, even if they were putting them out, you'd see them putting them out, and then you'd know where they are.
Yeah, we should definitely put braziers up, and then, like, if the fight starts, any of those that can create those strong lights, one of her contingent, points at the unconscious drow, had arrows that spread darkness after they were shot free.
Oh yeah.
So, a stronger light spell to immediately counteract any such things, so they can't cast the entire building in pitch blackness, would be arguably necessary.
Would you let something like a Tanglefoot bag shot at a darkness arrow cover it?
Cover it, like make the darkness effect go away?
Isn't that how it works if the item is covered?
It is. Yeah,
Okay.
if it's covered.
I think if it's not, like, airtight, it would still, like, go past it, I'm pretty sure. I'm not too sure.
I think like a blanket can cover it.
I'm not sure if it's
like-
one of the spell effects that goes around corners or whatever the hell it calls. Like, Fireball goes around walls appropriately to how it should. Because
I'm just thinking anything like
those.
cheap that could be fired from a bow or something from on high that could, like, you know, douse darkness arrows or something. Something we can use to counteract that ability.
As I am saying, like, if we just have daylight cast around, I believe that would automatically win against darkness.
Yeah.
Or
That is
like-
definitely a higher level spell, though. You're only going to get so many of those, but Daylight's a huge radius, so you can pretty much cover the whole area.
Like, we just slap it on the front of the building and it will probably be fine from there.
I'm going to expand this map for the fight, by the way. There's going to be, like, the buildings around it.
Yeah.
'Cause I needed to know where you guys are going to be for the fight first before I bother designing the whole thing.
Yeah.
I feel like if there's a tower or something outside that we could be in, like, we light up an obvious path of where, like, you know, the guild is expecting to be defending, and then we're, like, on the outskirts of that trying to find a way to strike.
Oh, sure. Like, you're waiting to see if you can figure out where she is, and then...
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Caristo will tell you, he doesn't know all of Chessie's abilities. She doesn't have that good of an understanding of it, but she does know 2 specific things about Chessie. One of which is, if she wants to be invisible, then she's invisible. You cannot see her. It does not matter what spells you have, you will not see her. It's purely visual, though. Like, you can still smell her, as you know.
Okay.
That's like a specific, like, drow bloodline thing, ain't it?
She nods and says, yes, it's specific to House Dith. It's been a long time since there's been one.
and so she also specifies that she's not the best trained, most amazing combatant in the world. She wants everyone to think she is, but you know, if it was a fair, you know, she says if it was a fair fight, if she wasn't using her stupid weird power, and if she wasn't so well equipped, I would stomp her into the floor. But she says that she has really good gear, really expensive. When you're the darling of a whole damn kingdom, it gets you a lot of money.
Right. Is there someone we should be more directly afraid of, or aside from her?
She says, just like, let's see, I can point out. I'll actually basically just give you character sheets of the most dangerous drow there are that will be attacking, so you'll know what they can do. Because she does know the abilities of the other people that she works with all the time. So that, yeah, I will do that in a moment. We'll describe them. That intimidate was very strong.
I mean, it basically got everyone on the same side.
But she does keep insisting, however, just like, please just go after Chessie. Please don't just kill all of my friends. They don't really want to be working for her either.
I mean, I don't want to have this fight at all, so don't worry. Like, the goal is find her, but, like, presumably she will have her retinue near. So we need to know who we're gonna be up against, at least to not know. It's hard enough to fight you guys while keeping you alive. It's gonna be fucking impossible to fight you guys if all of them, rightfully or not, think that they need to win this fight.
I don't know. We did a pretty good job of keeping all the drow alive so far, except for the one I intentionally killed.
The one thing she'll point out that she knows Chessie has that makes her really hard to deal with is this.
One sec.
So as long as we attack her 10 times within 24 hours, this doesn't
It basically
do
means you
her
can't
any
just Alpha Strike her. She's almost certainly just going to block whatever the first several things you throw at her are.
Yeah.
Alright then,
Would it
let's
just work to have someone grab
random
her
bullshit
then?
go. We'll throw rocks at her until all her shields are gone. And then
I mean, yeah, you can also, you could definitely grab her. You could CMB her with the shields up, but
It seems like the sort of things that would be better done would be indirect ways of winning. Like, grabbing her and subduing her will be difficult, if not impossible, with all the people around.
If we could get
Krista
every...
I want to say that Krista will also say, I guess, just like, you know, she'd prefer to avoid having all of the other drow killed, but as far as Jessie, she's like, please have her just die in combat.
Is that not going to cause issues with the Lady Death Senior?
And Chris is kind of just like, maybe. She seems like she's really not sure. She actually does not know if Lady Death's mother would be, how enraged she would be if Jessiara was killed. Like, you get kind of an indication that Lady Death is also very sick of Jessiara doing the things she does. And drow are known to, you know, kill their mothers and daughters. Not like all the time,
she
but they
is
do
very
it.
hands-off. Like, if she wanted Jessie to act differently, I'm sure she could very much so put down her foot. But at this point, she's, it seems like, given up. If she's leaving without her to do missions away from her.
And Chris says she was called away to something incredibly important.
Right.
Jessie was supposed to just manage the forces and wait for her to come back. As you can see, she did not do that.
Well, she's clearly trying to enact some other goal. With these weird-ass shards.
Yeah, so
Alright, well, let's get to
So-
working on those letters. See what we
I'll
can
ask-
do about that. We should let other people know that there's going to be a fight here. Get people that can shore up defenses, get a daylight spell ready. We should be very much so prepared, because whoever's coming here will already have a game plan.
Okay. Yeah. What?
I'll ask. You said there's like spells like detect invisibility, or I assume fairy fire and stuff like that would not work.
There's like
No.
see invisibility, fairy fire. I'm not too familiar with what druids and rangers get, but if we're going to be asking them to do animal messengers, they might also have means by which to make others smell as well as you can.
At like, let's just say at an exaggeration, if we could just dust the area in like a cartoonish amount of flour or something like that, would that work?
She says it doesn't work like that. And she kind of shakes her head. She says, "I don't understand exactly how it works, but I mean, we've tried a lot of things. Nothing
As I
has seen through her
understand,
invisibility."
that would work for normal invisibility, because it only turns things invisible on you that you have on your person. If hers is a constant effect, it may just be continuously re-upping itself, and therefore she would own the dust that lands on her. It
And she can
becomes
fight
invisible.
while invisible?
And Karista has sort of like a stressed look on her face, like nodding, like, yes.
So it's a greater invisibility that seems to keep on keeping on.
And she says it's more than a spell, it's a divine ability. Like, her power is real. Like,
I'm
she's
liking
just
it.
a terrible person.
I'm more so just likening it to something, so
Yeah.
we can temper expectations.
And she says, if there's some way to see through it, I don't know what it is, but Lady
I
Dith
am
has
saying-
tried.
Well, assuming she's as headstrong, childish, and impetuous as you've impressed upon us, she'll still be wearing the perfume. If it's a
Is it-
visual effect, we can also hear her, so I'm sure if we make her annoyed enough, she'll start yelling out.
Is
You
it
could
insane
lay
to the rest
annoying
of
traps.
you that... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Carta?
Carta says, is it insane to the rest of you guys that I think our best bet might be to ask the mountain dwarves if they can think of anything?
I'm sure they
Would-
could whip up some really annoying traps.
Mountain dwarves do famously fight drow all the time.
I'm sure they can think of something, yes. I wouldn't want to talk to them, specifically.
And
I'm sure someone else could convince them to do things for us.
Carta kind of shrugs and he says, all I'm
I could
saying
speak with
is
Demush
that...
and his guard, but I don't know if they're going to be able to grant us the help that Oborg and his retinue will.
Sometimes you just have to fight weird with weirder.
If someone wants to go talk to Hormus Hoborg about potentially helping against the drow, you can.
Oh,
You're
God.
gonna
I
have
will
to
do
that
that.
without me. I don't want him to know about me. It is
Fair enough.
explicitly good for my life expectancy that we do not meet.
Okay. I'll say that you don't have any trouble getting him into a meeting. You probably don't do it in the prison. You probably use the guildmaster's office, because Roderick will just, be like, hey, we need to talk to you. He comes with his fanciest guard.
Not to be useless, but I am not going there.
That is fine.
Whoever wants to go in there can go in there. It looks like it's just Carta. That's fine.
So Carta says, we have it on good authority that the guild may be attacked by a retinue of drow, probably tonight.
So Horma says, "Oh yes, that sort of thing can happen at any time."
And he says, we'd appreciate any help you can offer in general, but specifically, one of them has the ability, let's see, how do I put this? She can be invisible whenever she wants to be, and from what we've been told, spells and normal mundane ways of seeing someone who's invisible don't seem to work. So we were hoping...
He sort of ponders for a moment. He goes, "Ah, yes, the Dithmenos bloodline. So there's finally another one of them."
Oh, yes, that one. I don't suppose you have anything, any special knowledge that might help with that?
He says, "I'm not sure if I have a particular method to bring her out of that invisibility directly. Oh, I'm not sure how much I could be helping you, though, without knowing what I am going to be getting in return." He says, of course, I know exactly what it could be. I saw you bring it in. You had a fell shard. That would be acceptable.
Oh, the spear thing?
Yeah.
He kind of looks at Roderick and shrugs. It's like, yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Roderick's just like, "I'm not sure I want to give you that."
Yeah, I don't want to even know what stupid shit with thaumaturgy he could enact with that.
And he kind of just like shrugs and he's just like, "Suit yourself."
Carta says, what if he promised not to do anything with the fell shard until he left Mendabalda?
Roderick kind of gives you a look, just like, "Come on, dude."
Get
So-
real with yourself.
Seems like a bad
If you want to do this, like, your group's going to have to make a diplomacy check against Roderick to even allow it. Because
Okay,
he's just like, "I am not giving this guy a fell shard." Look at him, come
Okay,
on.
okay.
He's got well adjusted written all over his face. Literally. That's how you know he's good.
But
I mean,
given that you
that's
know
fair.
what Roderick's, tendencies are, you could help your check by, like, turning around and lifting your tail a little bit while you're talking.
Oops, I dropped my sword. Let me just pick it up.
I dropped the sofa. Scares me.
Bend over to pick up your sword, and you're just like, oh, geez, it feels good to stretch.
Carta says, okay, we probably can't do the fell shard, but what if you got first dibs on any magic item she was carrying? She's like
No.
insanely stacked, apparently.
It's like, "First dibs, you say?" "Yes, I have heard of this term." So he gets a big, wide, toothy smile, and several of his teeth are replaced by gems. You're not really sure why. And he says just like, "I suppose we can make an acceptable deal here, but let's see, how many of these first dibs should I be getting for this?" And he says, "All right, if I give you the information that you could use to much better counter this Dithmenos bloodline drow that you were speaking of, then I will require one of your dibs." And he says,
One dibs, please.
"If you wish for my forces to help you against the drow," he says, "then 2 dibs will be required. And if you wish for the glorious Hormus Hoborg to join himself, that would require 3 dibs."
And Carta nods, and he says, I'll have to talk to my people, but I think we can probably make that work.
Hey, Luna, stop it! Luna, stop! What's with the modem?
She hates Pathfinder so much. What the hell?
Oh, maybe there you go. Put her away.
Despises Pathfinder.
All right. What do we think of this dibs system?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to require the players obviously all in. Ravenna, wake up!
Yeah, because then that's just us agreeing to give up any good loot.
I mean,
So
I don't
I
want to
feel like-
say things might come
Oh,
to
yeah.
horrible, horrible combat with this insane person later, because they probably won't. But I also don't want to give him things that will explicitly empower him.
You know, like those robes with all those shields. That would suck if he had those.
This guy, I will say, just so the players are aware, he's not like the big bad end guy you must fight or anything like that, but he's not your friend at all.
Like, this guy is explicitly, like, I mean, he's not necessarily your guys' enemy, but he's not someone I want to have personal power increase.
There's a loophole I can imagine here, which is that if she surrenders and we don't kill her, we don't actually get any loot anyway. In
Also
which
the
case,
case that
there's nothing
he's
for
got
him
first
to give.
dibs on what he knows she has. He doesn't know anything she has right now.
Yeah, he does not actually. Like, you could try to trick him as much as you want to, and Roderick's not going to get mad at you for that.
Like, I think it's pretty likely that we don't end up killing her, and she's not just gonna like give us her stuff. So there may not be any items to dib. But of course, there's always I think having Homus in the fight is a bad idea.
Absolutely.
I think having his men there could be a decent idea.
I think I think we would be fine if we did just get the information, depending on how many adventurers are going to be a part of the fight. Because adventurers with prior information are able to do really stupid shit a lot of the time. And I'm sure most of the people here who have been itching for jobs are willing to pull out depraved strategies.
I'm gonna say that Roderick will specify like very clearly that it's very obvious that Chessie is operating like as an outlaw even within like her own organization. Like Lady Dith doesn't even seem to want her to be doing what she's doing. That he doesn't really have a huge problem with adventurers getting involved in the conflict, but he will specify that he's going to be telling them absolutely, like, do not kill Chessie, drive her away if possible, but we don't want to be the people that killed that arouse, like, profit.
Yeah.
Like, she's going to attack anyway, so we're going to have to deal with her, but she's going to be like, we're not killing her if we can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Is everyone comfortable with a one dib for information deal?
I mean, I'm more comfortable with that than the other things, so yes, I guess.
Information is always good, even if it's a small price.
Alright, so Carta goes and talks to them and then comes back with a one dib offer for information.
So he says, the information he'll give you is just like, ah, yes, the one dib option, they always go for that. He says, all right, very well. So, the nature of her power is not that she turns invisible. It is that if she cannot see you, you cannot see her. Period. There is no way around it at all. And, which that power does not sound all that useful immediately, except that what these Dithmenos servitors will do is find other ways to detect things around them than their sight, and they are simply blind. And so no one can see them.
They fight.
And so if you can disrupt her other methods of sight, she will be forced to use her eyes to see you, and she cannot use her invisibility.
Interesting.
I guess assuming information is relayed, I would be going down to ask Karista if she knows, like, she doesn't know clearly obvious things about how the Lady Death fights, but spells she might regularly have on her that provide sensory information.
Let me poke some sheets.
'Cause I imagine she'd have that on constantly if she's... I don't know. She's probably leveraging this invisibility thing all the goddamn time and being a shithead with it.
Is there some kind of tremor sense spell?
Probably.
Isn't that kind of high level though?
I mean, probably.
Assuming she's fighting adventurers or people that are strong, like, hilariously, detect magic does solve a lot of her things, even with eyes closed, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not.
You do need to be looking for
You
detect
need to
magic.
see
It
them,
uses your
so never
eyes
mind.
specifically.
Yeah.
So it actually would not help you see her. The Carista will actually seem like she's having a bit of a eureka moment when she says, just like, "Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. There's something that Lady Dith. It's a ritual spell. The spell lasts for a long time. Whatever it is, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm pretty sure that must be what you're talking about. I think if you manage to dispel whatever it is she's using to get herself, extra senses, then she would need to go to her mother to get it back again."
Yes.
Okay.
That, I believe, is what is allowing her to stay, or to keep utilizing, or leveraging her, inborn ability. Because according to the insane dwarf, it's only when she can't see us that we can't see her. So she's blinding herself.
I remembered that ability that Carmen had.
And Carista, just says this like, "Oh, that explains why she does that with her eyes." She says she casts this illusion on her eyes. I didn't know why she was doing it.
Well, then that would be a much simpler fix if she casts an illusion on her eyes to destroy the, like, I'm sure it'd be much easier to disrupt an illusion that's stopping her from seeing than whatever ritual.
She says, "No, I mean, it's an illusion that makes her eyes look different. It's not. I don't think it's blinding her. It's a simple, just like a cosmetic spell. It's basically just to make it. It's basically just to make it look like she doesn't have anything over her eyes or anything."
Gotcha.
She doesn't want people to see when she's, moving whatever it is she's doing to make herself
doesn't
blind or
want
not blind.
her Heidi power to be clearly out in the open.
So it looks like Carista did not know exactly how it worked, but knew close enough to piece it together with a little bit more information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it sounds like if you can hit, because dispel can even be in an AoE too. You have a general idea from like Sant where she is, and you can hit her with a dispel that.
Assuming we get
strips
one
that
of
off.
our, assuming we put a scent ability on one of our casters, they could probably dispel the ritual upon her. Then she'll be forced to either fight blind, while we can see her, or I guess we wouldn't be able to see her in that case.
You all wouldn't be able to see each other.
Yeah.
And so, like, she can technically use the ability to escape, but she can't escape very quickly if she has to be blind doing it, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
It'd be
will
funny
be
if she
very
just
auditory.
ran into some stuff and fell over.
It could
It
happen.
is the case that if we make her blind, that will probably be the loss of the fight for her. Because those with scent, I don't think she would be able to get out of the reach of. And then they would just be able to, well, follow her forever. Unless she has spells with which to get away quick.
Carissa will remind that she's still very dangerous in combat if she's an idiot, just mostly because of the stuff she has, but she's still pretty tough, and you'll still have to get through her defenses beyond just being able to see her.
Oh, absolutely. That is, however, the first step. We can't make accurate attacks upon her if we don't actually ever see her, which means we can't get through the 10 shields, which means the fight is over before it begins. We're still in the steps where we're fixing things, to where this is a real fight.
We'll have to figure out methods of
arguably,
I guess.
sadly, the dwarves' men would probably be good. I don't think did they have guns on them?
No, it's the Thasian dwarves that have guns.
Oh, okay, it's
The
the
Thasian
other
dwarves do not let mountain dwarves have guns.
Yeah, okay, that sounds more.
They do
correct.
make their own, but they're not as good. They're just like the early firearms.
Well, yeah, what I was getting at is it's an easier way to grind through the 10 shields if they're doing touch attacks on her,
Oh sure.
because they'll hit her more often. But I'm sure casters could very easily just, like, if they didn't want to waste anything, if we have a lot of people in position to hit her, just very simply use, like, lower level, like, cantrips or whatnot.
Yeah, just weak attacks to strip it off. Let's see. Oh, Karista will specify also, I'm pretty sure that she's totally immune to fire, because I've seen her just eat a fireball and not even flinch.
Is that something she was also born with, or just something she has? As
She
part
says
of
it
an
might
item?
be part of the bloodline, I don't know.
Fair enough.
Some people really are born with it all.
So I guess like the resources we need is some like dependable way to dispel magic on her, and then maybe like if we can get an alchemist to just make up like a big stink bomb, so that
Well,
we can
if we're
coat
going
her
to
in
be
a very
shooting a
identifiable
dispel
skin.
on her anyway, it is going to be important, because you said she also likes to utilize things that make her harder to hit. Mirror image and the like.
Dispel's in an AoE though, I don't think.
That's the point. It will,
Yeah.
like, assuming she's layered her defenses already on top of herself to leverage the 10 shields benefit, then one dispel should honestly make her a much less scary combatant for removing all of her explicit extant benefits.
Yeah.
Dispel succeeded against the 10 shield robes. It would definitely immediately negate. Maybe not
Which
everything.
one's the one
It
that
would
hits-
depend how well it did.
Is it greater dispel magic that hits multiple things?
Yeah, if you're using a dispel magic that does hit an AOE, which you could probably get someone to do that, or hitting a single target, hitting multiple things on them, whichever. Maybe it's regular dispel magic can hit a single target, multiple things on them, like a check against everything. I forget.
A targeted dispel is one creature, object, or spell is the target. You make one dispel check and compare that to the spell at the highest caster level. And then goes down the line until it gets rid of one or nothing. And then Greater Dispel has Targeted Dispel, but it's one spell for every 4 caster levels you possess. Or, it can do an Area Dispel. Yeah, the Area Dispel is specifically Greater, and that's everything within a 20-foot radius burst.
So I would say that if the dispel, or if the effect of the 10 shield robes gets hit with a dispel, what that will do is basically a single dispel check will apply against every shield, and so it would be like getting like 10 dispels basically. It'll go against each one, and
Oh yeah,
each one
that's how it
succeeds
is.
against the item will
Oh
beat
yeah,
it.
okay. Yeah, if one person targets a dispel on that.
Having it count as 10 different targets that all need to be separately dispelled would be unreasonable, obviously. So
Yeah, it undoes the effects of the robes themselves, not the shields.
I guess Carissa would also probably specify in case you want to have any defenses against it. It might not be a huge surprise because Drow, but Chessie does use a lot of poison and it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can just get generalized antitoxins or whatnot.
Delay poison would probably be the best. And
Delay poison.
at least get through the fight and then figure out how to get rid of all the poison after.
Let's see. Delay poison depends how long it lasts and how many people you can hit with it. Delay poison is creature touched. Communal, I guess, is the 3rd level spell, whereas antitoxins are pretty cheap, I'm pretty sure. Antitoxin.
But antitoxins don't remove a poison, right? They just give you a bonus to save.
They give you like a plus 10 bonus to saving for it.
Mhm.
I will also mention that the antitoxin is way more useful in my campaigns than normal, because anything that's a specific bonus to saves against poison is also resistance against poison damage. I use poison that just does hit point damage, and so if you get plus 10 to that, then that's also 10
Sorry.
poison resistance.
Antitoxin specifically, if you drink a vial of antitoxin, you get a +5 alchemical bonus on fortitude saving throws against poison for an hour. And antitoxin costs 50 gold piece a pop, I guess, so it's not cheap necessarily, but I'm sure the guild already has a ton of antitoxin.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't even need to buy it at this point, Roderick. Like, for some of the cheaper stuff to use for plans for everything, we're just gonna make sure it's paid for. It's like defending. It's not
The
just
whole
you,
guild,
obviously.
basically.
Yeah, you don't have to pay for that. And so, he'll even furnish things like he can get a couple higher level scrolls. Like this town, the city's not huge. It doesn't have like level 9 scrolls or anything, but there is a Candlebearer temple, and so at this point,
like the heftiest price things would be the sending for Callista to talk to the priestess, and then like daylights to cover the building with, and then maybe a bunch of antitoxin. And then probably dispels after that.
there's definitely Candlebearer clerics that can just handle casting the daylights. Just throw them out there, no problem.
Yeah.
And then they wouldn't, even if they're not really that combating the cleric, they wouldn't need to stick around. I'm pretty sure that lasts a long time, doesn't it?
Daylight? I can find out.
At least long enough to the point where they wouldn't need to restart it again during a fight.
Daylight, I think, is minutes? 10 minutes per level.
Okay, yeah. So it would be as soon as you realize that shit's going down, that you could cast daylight and leave.
Pretty much. I mean, it might be good to have them on hand because it's about to be a big ass fight, so they're gonna want to heal people. But yeah,
sure, yeah. But I mean, we're talking people who are like they're not the kind of cleric that's like a combat. They're not cleric class. They do have healing, but like powers and stuff. But like they're
yeah, I get you.
They're not all like a player.
Yeah. Well, you get a source of greater dispel because they won't be able to target her if they
doing the area thing, like, it depends on what... Yeah, we're gonna need the greater dispel for sure to get rid of the ritual. We're also going to need, hopefully, someone that's very good at it, because it is dependent on class level, since you're gonna be a caster level check. Like, it does matter that a sufficiently strong person does do that.
Mm-hmm. Or that the scroll is higher CL.
Yeah.
So, what level spell is Greater Dispel Magic?
I can find out. Dispel Magic Greater is a 5th level Bard, 6th level Cleric, 6th level Sorcerer. So it's 6th level for everything but Summoner, or like Unchained Summoner and Bard, which is 5-4. I guess it's 5 for Occultist as well. But it's largely 6th level. Dispel Magic itself is 3rd level for everything except for Druid, where it's 4th level.
So there wouldn't be, and this doesn't mean there isn't one available, but there wouldn't be anybody in this town that's capable of making a Greater Dispel scroll. I don't think anybody here could cast it either. But they could cast it from a scroll as long as it's on their spell list without, that's just a caster level check. It's not that hard to make.
It's easy to do. It's like a wisdom check DC 5 to do that.
The highest level CL I'm trying to think is probably going to end up being to some degree randomized what they would have gotten, because temples are going to have, that's exactly the kind of scroll that they would have stocked in case of a need of emergency. Just like, oh no, there's some horrible magical effect, quick dispel it. And so even having a higher level obviously makes sense. And so the base level of it would be 11, right?
For Dispel Magic Greater?
Yeah. If it was like a wizard or a cleric making it.
6th level wizard spell, I think, is 11th. right? 6th level happens on 11, yeah.
So, I'm gonna say that what amount of CL above that could go all the way up to 20, potentially, depending on who wrote the scroll and then, like, brought it here. So, just somebody can roll, like, a 1d9 to determine how many caster levels above 11 it is.
I'll do it.
Yeah, sure. Oh, Christ. Oh, that's a bit better.
Oh!
Yay!
Beefy one. That's going to be significantly above the caster level of the ritual, so that's pretty good chance to work.
So the way it handles it is roll 1 dispel check, and a dispel check would be a caster level check, with the DC being 11 plus the spell's caster level. We'd be getting a plus 19 to that. So it's a pretty good, for sure.
I mean, that just makes it impossible to fail, right?
11 plus the caster's DC? I mean, it depends what... Or 11 plus the
Depends what
caster's
level the ritual
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, like... It means
I will
that
tell
we're
you
very
it's definitely
good.
lower, though.
Yeah, like, if... Assuming the Lady Death has a lower caster level, which definitely seems to be the case, it's, not an or it's not too difficult.
Yeah, it's like a guaranteed. It's guaranteed to work all the way up to like a caster level 8 source, and then
Yes.
up to
Caster
there,
level 8 source is exactly where it works to. Caster level 9 is where you have to roll it. No. Yes.
more
that
than a
too.
1.
I will say that there's definitely going to be some small chance it could fail, just so you're aware.
Absolutely.
And so, also,
Yeah.
if you can do anything to get, like, multiple rerolls, or whatever on a check like that, stuff like just like the luck domain from like cleric or whatever could do that.
I mean, bit of luck domain, there's fucking misfortune.
You forgot to have a misfortune cleric, oracle for once. Oh no.
Yeah. What is it, Master checks. There is an item that can increase caster level checks, but I don't know if that's specifically for SR.
If it's generic caster level check increase, it would make the dispel magic more powerful.
I
would
think it's
definitely
for
have
SR. I have to look it up. I have it on another character. And now I need to find the item that I'm talking about so I can actually look it up.
The scroll
So-
will automatically be her SR, which she does have, but it's not even close to high enough.
Not that. Should look at that as well. Let's type that out. The thing that I'm thinking of is different. Where the fuck is it? It's a puzzle that you do, and it makes you better at caster level checks or something like that.
So, because a bunch of adventurers are going to be involved in this, and they're not all going to be like on the map, they're not going to be on the map happening, whatever. I'm basically going to say that it would technically be like Roderick, like choosing, okay, you guys are stationed here, you stationed there, or whatever like that. But as the players, you can just pick a group of adventurers that can just be here, also being backup for exactly where you are.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this one would work specifically. Like, the other one I was looking at was Dwemer's Essence, and they do have similar wording, but it's not exactly the same. Because this one says such as, whereas this one says specifically in terms of getting over spell resistance. So
I
it seems like
figure-
there's... Like, the biggest issue with the numerology cylinder is whoever's using it technically has to beat a puzzle.
The numerology check definitely works. Dwemer resistance wouldn't work because it's definitely specific to a spell resistance. I mean, obviously it would work against the spell resistance, but that's not going to be a problem for that high level of a
The
caster
only
level to begin
other
with.
thing that immediately comes to mind that increases caster level is like the 30,000 GP Ioun Stone. Which then, if you slot it into a Wayfinder, it can give you even more. Like,
I don't think anybody has one of those in the area, so that would be a big ask.
Probably.
So like, there definitely also will just be some number of just like Cyprian guards, whatever. But there's kind of on purpose. There's a bunch of different adventurer groups that you could be like, I want to bring that one, and you're not gonna get like punished for bringing a weak group. Like, don't worry about it. Just if you feel like bringing a group, bring them. If you don't want to bring one, don't bring one. We're just saying this is the way that they got organized. Roderick did this. It's not like your group specifically said, hey, you guys, you come with us. Just they did get assigned.
Let's bring the unstatted people. They seem strong enough.
Well, I mean, that group will be statted before the fight happens, and they are a decently strong group. Like, you know, they're not bad. They're one of the larger.
As I understand it, the Inari group is pretty decently strong as well as...
Inari group is very strong, but you don't know if they're going to be on your side.
Yeah, I don't think they would help us. Like, the point is, let's keep them away.
I think I would want a cleric. Like, a cleric is kind of the blind spot in our party composition, and a strong adventurer cleric would probably be really, really, really useful in a fight with, like, you know, poison and darkness.
Yeah.
And
I will say that Matarka is a cleric, but his channel energy, if he uses it to like attack with, would literally instantly kill Dust with no save. So you probably don't want him in the fight.
What the hell?
Oh. Well.
Why the hell does that happen? Because he's a Blood Knight?
He's a Miko, and their channel energy damages undead as normal, but also does more. It does significantly more damage. It does 2 more damage per die. They lose a lot to get that, and they also can damage, I think, evil subtype and evil fae specifically with it, as well as undead.
Oh,
and
no,
he's
I
fae
hate
and he's
evil
evil. And because of the Komabushi that he has with him, like the damage of that thing is boosted so high that if Dust is the only person in range of it, it would work this way, because also when Miko's use channel energy, if it only has one target, then there's no save for the damage against the target, and instead there's just a save that will stagger them instead. So it's like more powerful if you can get down to one enemy. Your channel energy just like focuses on that one person and totally fucks him up. And so if Dust is the only one in range when he used it, he would literally just instantly die. The minimum damage it could do would kill Dust outright from full health.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Can we bring
Like,
Matarka
he'd
and
live
tell
if
him
he
not to
saved.
do
It's from a guy who's an Inari worshipper who's like only very recently became an adventurer. Like, the rest of his group, they're not really adventurers. They like Matarka, so they're helping him. Like, they're definitely not for sure going to be on your side. Is how I'd put it. Like, it's very clearly not certain whose side they would take.
What are our
Yeah.
other, like,
These are-
cleric or maybe druid options?
These are drow that worship Inari, after all.
Let's see. So Gabby and Josephine are both witches. Kolda is a cleric, but I haven't statted her yet. But she is a cleric, so that group would be useful.
Yeah, okay.
And then Gadrid is entirely physical. The other groups that exist. Let's see. Mikkel and Rien are both only level 1, but they're both oracles, so they can heal to some degree. It's probably not useful to you, though. I remember who these characters are. He's an alchemist, Cherugian alchemist, so definitely good at healing, but only level 2. But that's the same level you guys are.
Sure is. We're in a really big important thing, and we're not very strong.
Oh, it's funny that you might be looking for the group with Chris in it of all of them, as Jaha is a cleric.
Nice.
And he's one of the
Very
highest
good.
level people here. The other option, of course, is... Isn't that multiple people who are capable of Healy stuff? The Chima group is probably really ideal. Mary and... well, then you get that same problem again. Mary and Ozzy are both some amount of druid, with Ozzy being very focused into healing. He's a level 5 druid. He's significantly higher than most people here, and druid. But then you still have the problem though that they're Chima and they like Inari. But they're established adventurers. They're not going to turn against the Adventurers Guild. You don't have to worry about that. It's just there's a slight conflict there.
It is the case that, like, the drow being secretive does hurt them a bit more here, because they don't necessarily know that these drow are going to be Inari worshippers unless one of them starts, like, busting out crazy Inari divine magic specifically.
Yeah, sure, but like if they start talking to each other.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Would they take issue with murderous drow worshipping Inari?
Inari's not a good goddess. She doesn't care if you're evil. She just cares if you're effective and on the side of the Fae.
Ah, okay.
Look how ineffective they're being. They're attacking people that aren't even doing anything.
So yeah, and then I can check other
Yeah.
groups.
My choices are definitely between Chima group or Chris group. I sneezed.
Oh, there's also the buddy pair. I think they're aunt or niece or something like that. So Celestia over at the bar, she's a level 4 cleric. And I believe that Kara is a paladin. Rolo will be here and technically has some amount of cleric ability. If you can remember how to use it. He basically has some like leftover SLAs that are like vestigial cleric abilities.
Okay.
I don't know why, but Kara's sheet won't open. What's happening? Come on. I know that Kara's not particularly high level, but she has really high like base ability score. She's particularly strong for her level.
I think I'm leaning towards Chris's group. The Chima group would probably be fun, but
if there's a conflict, we definitely don't want them to be near us.
yeah, we don't want anything to make them like pause or like, you know, give them an opening.
Pause. We don't want to give them pause.
Only opened Kara's sheet.
So sorry.
Easy, got a +1 weapon. Oh yeah, she has really... Yeah, Kara also has really expensive gear for her level 2. There's lore reasons for that, but she's significantly better than Iron Rank would suggest. Hasn't been adventuring for very long, or she would be higher rank.
Alright.
Just so you're aware that that's a cleric and paladin, both who are relatively strong for Iron Ranks. They're stronger than most Iron Ranks. But Jaha, Chris, and Godin is definitely 100% a good group. But Jaha is definitely stronger than either Celestia or Kara by a bunch.
Okay. He can be the scroll bearer, user of the scroll.
He's what I would call very high-end silver rank. He's like just about to go gold.
I mean, assuming we can get a numerology cylinder, whoever's using the scroll also technically would need Arcana or very good luck to beat a DC 20 int check. Like, 25 in Arcana is not necessarily that hard. Like, skills are easier to raise than ability checks, for sure.
Doesn't have to be the cleric casting it, so it could be somebody int-based, right?
Presumably, yeah. It's on both. It depends what the scroll is, I guess.
Oh.
But yeah.
Do you think Hormus Horborg could like cast the spell effectively?
Yes.
dude.
I do think that. Would you like him to
I-
join? That would be 3 dibs.
I'm gonna be right back.
Where is Sildana? Where are you hiding? Oh wait, if it's an Arcana. No, wait. Meliel's not a spellcaster, so she wouldn't be able to activate a scroll. Donna is barely a spellcaster. Does she count? Has good intelligence. Try to find if there's anybody around that would be like actually good at casting that scroll. Who's someone who would be with you anyway, I mean.
Yeah.
How many people here that aren't spellcasters? Roderick just death rolls people. He has a million skills, but not that one. It'd be funny if it turns out that it's these guys. Anybody in this building that trained Arcana?
I
am.
I have to leave in about 20 or so minutes.
Oh, that's completely fine. We're way over time. Like,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
good. And I now know very clearly what I'm going to be designing for our next encounter anyway.
The last thing Carta wanted to do, though, was he wanted to get some fresh food from the kitchen.
Oh shit. He will hook you up with some fresh. Poor
Yeah,
crying boy will come out to serve it to you.
Big bowl of stew and a big hunk of bread or whatever. And he
Stew's
is...
too salty.
He's going to take it, hi Meliel, outside.
And ask
You-
Murnox if he wants to watch you feed to Bo.
He's gonna come bring Murnox some food.
His name should be on there. He's kind of blinks like woozily, looks up at you, and then and he's like, "Oh, thanks, stranger. Am I dreaming about werewolves again?"
Yeah, I shouldn't drink on an empty stomach, right?
Says, but it works better when I haven't eaten anything.
Suppose that's true enough. And he kneels down, and he says, "The guild is expecting to be attacked tonight. This area probably isn't going to be safe. Do you have somewhere else you can go?"
He goes, kind of shrugs, and he's just like, I mean, I can just go out into the sticks for a bit. I'm used to it. He goes, thanks for the warning, though. You're a good dog.
And he says, "Is there an inn in town or something I can set you up in? Somewhere inside. There's going to be drow skulking about." Kind of shrugs. We don't really know where they're going to come from or where they're going to be.
Kind of like looks down at himself, and he like scratches some crusty stuff on his like arm fur or whatever. He's just like, I don't know if any inns are gonna let me in.
I will personally beat up anyone who says you can't stay there.
And he sort of shrugs. He's like, I don't really want any trouble. They've been letting me stay in town.
All right. Well, keep yourself safe then.
He does smell pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, you can fix that though. People make baths now. You
jump
can
in his
have a
trough.
bath.
I mean, you can watch him if you want to. But yeah, that's his stuff up there. That's his bedroll and his big pile of empty bottles. He's just gonna gather that up and just be somewhere else for a while. He won't be killed by Drow, I promise, since you told him to leave. He definitely would have been killed by Drow if nobody told him to leave.
Okay.
He would have just been over there sleeping in the bedroll and just got stabbed. Like, everybody forgot about him.
I wasn't gonna let that happen to my buddy.
And so there's probably going to be somebody in town who can knowledge Arcana better for doing a dispel, but at the same time, it's gonna be difficult getting somebody like that to join. This is kind of already the assortment of the powerful high-level people here, other than like a couple of clerics who aren't really people that normally fight.
Well, Sarananel, or whatever her name was, could do it, right?
Who?
Sarananel? Sarananel? Sarananiel? Hold on. Saldana. That's her name.
I mean, she's not very high level, so
Okay. She'll probably be in the guild hall anyway.
yeah, she'll be in the guild hall. She'll be here. Like, she could give it a shot, but she's not going to be like good at it.
Okay.
The one group that I haven't statted yet, though, is where most of the intelligence is, unfortunately. So the Gabby, Josephine, Colda, Gadrit group, they might become more meaningful to you in a moment when I finish statting them. But both Josephine and Gabby are both witches. They're both intelligence-based, so they're both going to have good Arcana.
Oh. And then they could cackle and lower her her spell resist or DCs or whatever. Her saves. That one. But okay. With the sweet homeless boy safe, I think I will take this opportunity to leave a little early then.
Yeah, I mean, it's
ready.
not early. We've been going way later than usual.
Earlier than I absolutely have to, so that I have more time.
We did start a little late.
And if it does, if it does like change any opinion, like if it changes, what I don't know, maybe Damien's opinion. That's it. I could just link it in.
What would change my opinion?
Or getting different groups to go with you for what group you'd want to go with you. I'm just trying to remember how to use Gilded. I'm bad at everything. That the group that I didn't stat yet, that's on the upper floor, in that upper floor like bottom left corner table, like Josephine. That's what Josephine looks like, and she's definitely the hottest girl that's like an option in the guild. Or she's like the most like just very eager, being sexy on purpose.
Whoa. She's got two very big personalities. I mean,
Indeed. She's also a character that's a little bit more powerful than usual for her level. So, there's that. She's a little stronger than typical Iron Rank.
Alright, well, hot sesh, everybody.
And if you're into MILFs,
Another
I'll never forget you, Nick. I love you.
Mwah.
But if you're into MILFs, like, her mom's also in the group, and is that one. She's definitely not as hot, but, you know.
Daughter looks nicer. But since you said this Drow rogue is going to be unconscious for the next couple of weeks, I don't think it would be undust-like to, come down here when nobody else is around.
That does seem like something Dust would probably do, especially if they're already cleared out. I think Dust would probably... Actually, to a Blood Knight, in particular to a Blood Knight. Not that we're gonna like roleplay it out in the game, obviously, doing anything like weird derby to anybody, but they act like Vargashmaki do, and that if a Vargashmaki defeats a woman in combat and she's like powerful and attractive and was worth the effort of fighting, then he's probably gonna rape her. Like that's probably what they would do. So,
Indeed.
I don't think the guild would like it if you sexually assaulted somebody on the premises, but you could just not tell them.
Well, yeah, sure. I don't go reporting all my crimes.
Only the ones you get paid for.
Yeah. That's what being an evil character is about. Doing evil and getting away with it.
Really, all you're trying to do is increase the population of Harabixi.
Not.
This is how we get
really.
Harabixi, you know.
But having beat her in combat, which she recognized me as, I suppose she would be opposed to being a slave, I guess, right?
Yeah, so Drow don't act like humans, and they don't really think like humans, obviously. They have very different responses to things. And they're like these Drow, they're not like Lothsworn Drow. They're not that. They're not 100% ride or die, only women matter forever. There's just like a strong tendency towards assuming females are stronger just because among Drow they are, because they're the ones that have the actual Drow nobles.
I'm back.
But she's not one of those. That's just a regular Drow. So I don't think she wouldn't like view herself as being like superior to Dust in particular or anything. She would feel that way against probably humans. Like Drow typically dislike humans, but Drow don't really have a problem with Maidagari.
Excellent. Excellent. That might be a side thing for later. You know, after the whole Drow invasion is taken care of.
You gotta sneak in before that, but you still have your chance.
Yeah. Before I die in combat.
You have to create your next character.
Yeah.
I assume things have been settled then.
Yeah, but yeah, we're just talking about stuff now. Nick has fled.
Next
I don't
time-
think a particular group has been picked yet, but it doesn't really matter because it's gonna be whatever you guys go with.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
should
think ready.
I'm fine with
probably
whoever,
end the
really.
stream, then. Alright, I'm ended.